you've continued to declare who you are to yourself and to the world each and every day in your own way, on your own terms, with your own words. So thank you for that, Becky. That was a gift.
Yes. Over to you, Jeff.
And yeah, definitely just want to echo that. Like this whole conversation, one word that really comes to mind is kindness. But kindness with self, like I've had to go through my own identity crisis and come out of that, just like Becky was describing in her own way, and learning how to love yourself, be kind with yourself, and embrace that. That's an inner journey, right? And I love the whole conversation around finding the divinity within, and really bringing that to the surface, because that is really ultimately one of the core purposes of human existence. I really believe is to learn how to love ourselves, learn how to love God, and learn how to love others. And yeah, I couldn't have put it any better. That was probably the biggest insight that I took away with that. And just thank you, Becky, for bringing a different expression of kindness and joy and love to the surface for us to have a conversation around. Really brilliant.
I agree, both of you. I agree. I think that when we often say that leadership starts with yourself, you can't lead others until you lead yourself, right? We start leading with our own lives. We're all leaders. And where do we start leading? Here with ourselves. Becky's segment was exactly the illustration of that. To really understand, I feel, how to connect with that. And I think that that's some of the most daunting work of this this human experience, right? I'll say it's been the most daunting work of my life. And it's been the most transformational work of my life. It's been what has allowed me to discover my voice, discover the authority of my voice, discover the ability and the strength to guide others in discovering their voice and deliver their own voice. And I keep saying voice because it's for a reason. It is important that we allow ourselves to hear our voice and receive our voice. So many people hate the sound of their own voice. I'm telling you now, as Becky mentioned, it's just a decision. It's a decision to get over it. Stop hating your voice. Stop hating the sound of your voice. I'm talking to all of you because I hear this so often. Your voice is your voice, and it's perfect exactly the way it is. If it's raspy, if it's not, it's high pitched, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's perfect the way it is.
It truly is. There's something else that Becky shared that I want to bring up here because I think it was so key. And she was talking about how when she's working on her art, sometimes she doesn't listen to music because just a lyric, the tonality, whatever the sound is that you're listening to, it can kind of stop you or cloud you from hearing your own voice or allowing your own expression to come out. And I think, in a world where there's information everywhere, it's so key to understand how what you absorb impacts you, right? And Sonia started the segment earlier today. She was talking about sometimes it's not how you feel, it's what you sense, right? And there's a sense that can come to you when you're enabling yourself to receive all of this information and to be very intentional about that. I think when you do have that intentionality, you can actually hold space to hear your own voice and to understand where you're coming from, not necessarily driven by the noise around you, but from that inner place. And, I just wanted to preface or bring that up again, because I was thinking about it as she said it a lot and reflecting on it and how key it is. And I thought it was such a great example of like being in the car and not listening to music, or doing her art and not hearing a lyric, because it can actually impact the expression of the art that comes out from what she's doing. And I thought that was that's just something that I think, a lot of people can think about and reflect on and kind of see how that shows up in their life and decide what they want to do next. But I thought that was such a great gem that she shared.
Definitely. I agree with that. It's like the recognition of what you're intaking, not just intaking as we talk about like food or water. You're intaking your nutrients, right? No. Think about your five senses and what you're intaking on those five senses, what you're intaking on your touch, your taste, what you see, what you're hearing, all of it. What are you intaking? Even labels on packaging. What are you intaking? It all impacts you. So we need to close out this this portion so that Jeff can bring up our incredible next guest, next speaker, who I'm so excited.
Joy.
I know. I'm so excited. So I'm
Yeah.
going to head off stage. And Jeff, I'm passing it all to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, we're just going to head to commercial before I bring Barry up, and we'll be back in 60 seconds.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
All right. Well, it's my absolute pleasure here to bring the ambassador of joy. We've just gone from a conversation around kindness, and now we're going to shift gears into joy. And it's my absolute pleasure here to introduce Barry Shaw. Barry has been on a few of our shows now, and I've been a guest, I've been a participant listening to Barry. And when Michael said, would you like to interview Barry? I was like, yes, let's jump in. Let's go. Barry's a successful entrepreneur turned transformational speaker. Barry's mission was born out of a rare disease that left him completely paralyzed overnight. But instead of giving up, he chose joy. He now inspires millions through his podcast, books, and global talks around the world, sharing how to live fully, no matter your circumstances. A master of mindset, resilience, and purpose, Barry's here to remind us all the same. Barry's here to remind us that a smile means see miracles in life every day. So Barry, let's just dive straight in, shall we? Let's start with your story. How did the sudden paralysis, the paralysis transform not just your life, but your purpose and mission in life?
Good day, beautiful, bountiful, beloved, immortal beings, and good-looking people. Now, Jeff, how can I make the categorical statement that all the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people that are either watching now or listening or will be seeing this over the coming weeks and months are all good-looking people? Because by definition, if they tuned in to listen to the Leadership Week, it means they're always looking for and finding the good in life. That's the definition of a good-looking person, looking for and finding the good in life. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today. Thank you to wonderful Mo and to Ava and the magnificent people of Los Angeles Tribune, and especially to the people who have consciously tuned in to listen and to make time, because it's to your advantage. This is called Leadership Week. So you want to hear about the story of Barry Shaw? Let's just begin with two important issues. Number one, joy is the foundation of being a great leader. And to be a great leader means you have to learn how to fly. So what does that have to do with joy? So let's take a look at something. You mentioned about my story, which we'll get to in just a few moments. Let's define what a leader is. Who is a leader? What is a leader? Now, I love, as you know, Jeff, I love working with acronyms. Matter of fact, it's one of the three things that we always talk about on my podcast, which reaches, thank God, 500,000 people every week, and touching almost 2 million people every week, millions and millions of downloads. And we talk about the three fundamentals of life. And the three fundamentals are, number one, your life has purpose. When you lead a purpose-driven life, number two happens. In this case, good number two, you go MAD. Now, MAD is a wonderful acronym. It stands for make a difference. And the third fundamental is to uncover the power and the secrets of everyday words and terms. Like you said, this great word, smile. It's one of my dearest acronyms, because we have something called the Keep Smiling movement, which we've given out over 6 million Keep Smiling cards around the world in 24 languages, all for free. And SMILE is a wonderful acronym that we urge people to internalize, utilize, and leverage, because as you said, it stands for seeing miracles in life every day. Every day. Now, in the same vein of the idea of acronyms, let's take a look at the acronym for the word leader, LEADER, because who is a leader? What is a leader? Leader stands for Listening encourages awareness. Duties enhance responsibilities. So let's be blunt. The key foundation of being a leader is the ability to listen. And when you listen well, you create an awareness not only in yourself, but everybody around you. And
Yeah.
then you take on greater responsibilities. The beauty of a leader is that you have responsibilities and you carry them forth. So let's talk about a story. It's about me. Now imagine, everybody, if you can, I'm standing up in the morning, completely healthy and hearty, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. And in the evening, I'm in the hospital, totally, completely paralyzed, my neck's down. And it was not because of an automobile accident. It wasn't a spinal injury. It was a rare disease, which I'd never heard of the day before, took over my body and rendered me what's called quadriplegic. Nothing
Wow.
on my body moved. I was paralyzed, my neck down. I could only communicate by blinking my eyes. I was 144 days in the hospital. I was in a hospital bed in my own home for 2 years. I couldn't move. I was in a wheelchair for 4 years. I had braces on both my legs for years, and that was progress. Thank God today I'm able to be vertical and ambulatory with the help of a 7-foot walking wand. So, Jeff, I'm a triped, not a biped. I can't hear by myself, can't walk up a curb by myself. And I have help 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. But you hear my voice. Positive, purposeful, powerful, and pleasant because of this one word. Smile.
Yes.
No.
I love that. And I'm sitting here listening to your story, and there's, I've had to go through my own challenges with health. The doctors wrote me off, at 30, and put me onto a disability pension because I've got 3 crushed discs in the back of my neck and couldn't work with the traditional workforce anymore. But also, just recently, in the last 2 years, my son, at the age of 11, and this really still gets me, but it's it's something that he's learning about resilience. He's probably, he's 13 now. One day he's playing soccer with his friends. The next day he's in hospital and lost the ability of his whole right side, totally paralyzed. And he ended up going after 3 months of diagnosis. They've diagnosed him with MS. And so 11-year-old, like with pediatric MS. And to watch that whole experience as a father, unfold. I went through the whole emotional roller coaster ride, yeah. But one of the things that has really grown out of that experience for both me and Harrison, father and son relationship, joy has been the center of that, and leaning in on our dad jokes, and just having fun and really leaning into a purposeful, joyful life.
So,
and it's also mean.
So, Jeff, what I'd like to urge you and offer you, anytime you want to speak to me personally, and anytime you want Harrison to speak to me, please just let me know.
Oh, privileged. Thank you.
Let's talk about joy for the moment, because that's what I'm known as, the ambassador of joy. Notice we didn't say the ambassador of joy. It's joy. Now, joy is a fabulous acronym that stands for Journey of You. That's what joy is really about, the unfolding journey of you. And by the way, let's be blunt. Even though I'm in the spotlight, this is not about Barry Shore. This is not about Jeff Ross. It's not about even Los Angeles Tribune. This is about you, the one who's watching, the one who's listening. It's all about you. Y-O-U. And that's the most important person of all. Because as you said, the mindset is the critical element in living life in joy daily. So let me tell you a quick story. I have an 8-year-old niece. She comes over to me a few weeks ago and she says, Uncle Barry, can we spell smile S-M-I-E-L? And I thought about it. Smile, sounds the same. Why not? I asked her how come? Because she says then it would stand for seeing miracles in everyday life. Under the hands of an 8-year-old. What was she doing? She was creating the kind of world that she wants to live in. Now, creating a wonderful acronym that stands for causing rethinking, enabling all to excel. So what's the rethinking? The key here, Jeff, is the following. It's called a shift in perspective. Now, I've been working with people for more than 45 years. and they come to me, and these are people who are very successful on paper. And yet when they come to me, these are people who have dropped the F in shift, and the other stuff happens. So you're going to be effing careful with your Fs, or the other stuff happens. By the way, I want to interrupt myself right now. I urge everybody, don't take notes. What? Yes, don't take notes. Don't write stuff down. You want to write down one little thing. You want to smile, okay, joy. Don't write down notes, because the whole point of this is it's being recorded. You can come back and listen again, and you can do it at your pace. Just lean in and experience the beauty and the joy and the happiness of doing things together, because again, it's all about you, Y-O-U. So let's talk about this shift in perspective. Keep that F in place. And when you do that, you can now internalize, utilize, and leverage the 6 most important words you'll ever learn. And these go to Harrison. You ready?
Let's go.
Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. How you choose to respond in any given situation will determine your path in life and your direction, your trajectory. How you choose to respond. Now, is it easy for an 11-year-old? Absolutely not. Was it easy for a 55-year-old? Absolutely not. Who cares? It's the choice. Once you understand that you're the one who's doing the choosing, you can learn how to fly. Now, this is the key underlying everything. Joy is the foundation of being a great leader. The ability to be a great leader works in the word fly, F-L-Y, because fly stands for first lead yourself.
Yes, I love
when
it.
you learn how to lead yourself, now you can possibly help to lead others in the world of living life to the full every single day.
Love it. And essentially what you're describing here is just living a life and an attitude of gratitude, and being grateful for even our trials and tribulations, right? Because they help us to build our character up. And I know that's been my journey, right? I've had to be grateful for all of the challenges that life has thrown at me, and to lean into it, to choose to be grateful, not to react, but respond. Right. And really going through those emotions, right? You know, when our emotions go high, our intelligence goes low. But essentially what we're talking about here is operating out of that heart space, out of that love space versus the fear state. I'd love you just to unpack that a little bit more in detail for us.
So let's talk about this and the idea of a leader. So the same letters that spell leader spell the word dealer. Leader. What is a leader? A leader is a dealer in hope. Now, what does hope stand for? Helping others progress every day. Once you get beyond yourself, and it's not about you, now you can live in gratitude. Now you can live in such a way that you become what we call a cog. Now, people think of a cog as a small piece in a big machine, right? Well, when you understand that machine called life can't exist without you, now you know what a cog is. A cog is a channel of goodness, child of God. When you see yourself that way, you now become a dealer of hope. And when you're a dealer of hope, take Harrison as an example. When Harrison is filled with hope, helping others progress every day, and he's a giver, what happens in life? Everything changes. The whole vibration of life changes, moves into a one. So we deal in the world of love. Now, love stands for living on vibrant energy, living on the vibrational plane. When you do that, now you can learn how to fly. Fly stands for first lead yourself. There's another aspect of fly. You ready? First love yourself.
Yes.
And until you love yourself.
That's it. And I'm just reflecting as you're talking about joy, you're talking about smile, you're talking about hope. Last October, my son Harrison and I, we went to Southeast Asia, and I'm not going to name the country just to keep people in the country protected, but we went on a mission trip, and we went into some of the areas where they were slums, seeing the poor of the poorest, but yet they were some of the most joyful people that I've ever come across. I think in our Western world, right, where we, consumerism, trying to keep up with the Joneses and, keep up with the whole, must have this, must have that. It does something to our soul. And, it sets us up for a bit of failure in a way to be depleted because we never feel like we're enough. And, 10 years ago, this was my life and I felt hopeless. I felt lost. And I got to a point where I actually did try to kill myself. But my son at the time, he was 2 years old and he walked in and he looked up to me, his big brown eyes. He said, "Dad, what are you doing?" And that just brought me to my knees and I embraced him and I realized how selfish I was going to be. And I brought myself out of that fear state back into that love space. And for the last decade, that's what I've been doing. I've just been learning how to, love myself and bring joy into my life and in others' lives.
Okay, so let's unpack a little bit here. This is really powerful.
Yes, that's why I want to bring this up.
Okay, so I'm going to make you laugh, Jeff. Ready? Want to laugh?
Oh, shift. Keep the Yep.
Everybody
Oh,
see
shit.
that?
Oh, shit. Yeah.
F just a little bit below the line. So
Yep.
I'm privileged to tell everybody I published 4 books in the past year and a half. And Oh Shift is just it's a book that tens of thousands of people love. And by the way, we're giving a free gift. Jeff, I love 4-letter words. Now, the 4-letter words that we use, because we live in the world of the positive, purposeful, powerful, and pleasant, are love, life, hope, play, pray, free gift.
Come on. Love it.
So those are 4-letter words, free gift. Everybody, go to barryshore.com, BARRYSHORE.com. It's going to be in the show notes, I'm sure. Go to barryshore.com and click any one of those 4 books. Click, you get it for free as an ebook. So anybody in the world can get it, anywhere in the world. You want to get one that's really cool, get the O Shift. You want to get the acronym book, any one you want. Buy any of the others also. The point is what? SHIFT is an amazing acronym, and it's like, go to your story. SHIFT stands for something happening inside, facilitating transformation. Now, why do I emphasize that? Because oftentimes people like to tune in to shows like this where they want inspiration. Yeah, very sure. He's so good. And then, of course, 2 hours later, like Chinese food, you need more. Okay, that's inspiration. Sometimes information. Well, I can tell you something. 97.3% of everything I'm telling you, you've heard most other places. Most of the time, not as good, but you've heard it. There'll be 2% of something today that's going to cause a shift for you. And that's the T word. You don't want inspiration. Yeah, it's great. You don't need more information. Yeah, it's wonderful. It's the T word. The T word is transformation. And that transformation is just a tiny little shift, a slight movement where your son comes in, "Dad, what are you doing?" And you say the same thing to yourself regularly. "Jeff, what are you doing? Barry, what are you doing? Are you a leader? Are you a dealer in hope? Do you articulate the vision of you, of your life, of your business, of the people that you work with?" Because you're working with so many people on so many different levels. Everything comes down to a circle and the peace sign. Now, I'm going to tell you something generational. When I urge people to make a circle, sometimes I say the peace sign and they don't know what I'm talking about. So I say, make the Mercedes-Benz sign. Okay.
Yeah.
So it breaks down into 3. Everything in your life is dealing with these 3 aspects. Ready? 1, interpersonal relationships. And the most important interpersonal relationship is with you, with oneself.
Yep.
That's number 1.
It.
Number 2, your relationship with finances, money. How do you handle it? What do you do with it? How do you earn it? How do you spend it? What do you do with it? Money is wonderful. As my rich uncle from many, many decades ago now, 6, 7 decades ago, told me when I was very young. He says, "Barry," and he was a very wealthy man, "money is a horrible, horrible master.
Mm-hmm.
An absolutely wonderful servant.
Yep.
Okay. And number 3, health. Health. What are you doing in your health? Hello, Barry Shore. He was a quadriplegic. No longer. Now I can't get up from this chair. If you're watching me, I can't. I'm still paralyzed from the waist down. But let me tell you a great story. You ready for this, Jeff? In
Yeah,
the
let's go.
course of gaining back my upper body movement, they put me in the pool and we did aquatic therapy. And that for years, 2 years, couldn't move anything, but it kept moving me in the water.
Yeah,
One day,
hydrotherapy. Yep.
one day I moved my arms over my head. Wow! I did that twice, and I ended up hitting my head against the side of the pool. And I said, ah, it hurt. I loved it. I was able to turn myself around. I hadn't moved in years. Remember this? Hadn't moved in years, right? I did a backstroke, and I didn't let them stop me. I did 92 minutes without stopping.
Wow.
I did a mile. Guess what I do now? I'm going to fast forward. I now swim 2 miles a day.
There
6
you
days.
go. Love
I've
it.
been doing it for 15 years. So remember the 3 aspects: interpersonal relationships, finances, and health. What are you doing? Are you leading yourself in each one of these areas? Are you a dealer in hope to other people? Are you visualizing? Are you verbalizing? Are you emotionalizing and creating more joy, happiness,
I love it.
and love in the
And
world?
and Barry, I just realized with my story with Harrison, I didn't actually share the miracle side of it. So I just want to share that quickly before we move on. And we've got 5 minutes left. But my son, the doctors said it'd take him 2 years to learn how to walk again. Well, he was up and working again within 6 months. He went through, walker to crutches and on his own feet. And now he's up and running around playing soccer again with his friends in the last 2 years. So, that's all because of joy and hope and love was a part of the equation. I truly do believe that.
Absolutely.
So much so, my wife and I, we started an online church 12 months ago, just to be able to be a part of the conversation, to be a part of the story, to help bring in hope to other people's lives. So I love what everything that you express, everything that you are. And, it's all about servant-hearted leadership and for the world, right? For the legacy impact. I just want to quickly talk around about ego, because I love your definition of ego. And I learned quite a fair bit from you last time I heard you about that. And for someone in our Western society where it is about self, it is about identity, essentially it is about ego, but instead of coming from that space of being an impact for others, I'd love you to, just wrap us up and let's just, close the loop here on this ego conversation.
So let's first of all remember we love acronyms. Joy stands for Journey of You. Leader, remember, listening encourages awareness. Duties enhance responsibilities. Fly, first love yourself, then you first lead yourself. Ego stands for edging God out. When the creator is not part of your life, you can still function. In my humble opinion, you function far better with far greater results, with more benefits in every aspect of life when you enable yourself to understand that you have a soul. If you have a soul, that means there's a creator. And when you have a soul, you can live in a life that transcends the here and now. When you transcend the here and now, then you are living a life that is filled with joy, with happiness, with peace, and with love. And that brings everything into focus. Remember, free gift, shift, keep that F in place or the other stuff happens. And you want to internalize, utilize, and leverage the 6 most important words you'll ever learn. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. How you choose to respond in a given situation will determine the path of your life and your trajectory. How many more minutes do we have, Jeff, before we leave?
We've got 3 minutes left.
Okay, so in the next 3 minutes, we're going to do the following. I urge people to remember VVE, verbalize, visualize, emotionalize. It's so important to speak about what you want, to visualize what you want, and to emotionalize it, touch it, feel it, taste it right now. when you can do that, now you can begin to bring it into focus. And when you focus, everything good happens in your life. Does that mean that nothing untoward will ever happen? On the contrary, there'll be waves of stuff coming at you. Guess what? You know how to surf. And you can
Yes.
become the greatest surfer in the world as long as you maintain this ability to understand that you, YOU, are the master of your own life because you are created. I'm going to leave with two things. We're going to do a hug, Jeff, that's going to envelop tens of thousands of people around the world. And we're going to give everybody a blessing. So the hug stands for heartfelt, unlimited giving. On the count of three. 1, 2, 3. And a blessing to Jeff and Barry and everybody at the Los Angeles Tribune. Go forth, live exuberantly, spread the seeds of joy, happiness, peace, and love. Go mad. Go make a difference.
Well, I'm actually speechless, and I received the love that you've just given us and given us the world globally over. And it's just what I love about you, Barry, is you are an ambassador of joy. You're an ambassador of love. You are a hope dealer. And, we can all learn to really learn how to be more hope-filled, more joy-filled, more kind, more loving, and, bring in hope into a world that is starving for love, that's starving for connection. And it all just starts with a smile and helping you to see others where they're at. I love it. Well, on that note, Barry, thank you very much for this amazing interview. This has been one of the highlights for this whole leadership week for me. And I can't wait for our next interview coming up with Julie. And so we're going to go to commercial quickly, and then we'll bring up the next guest. Thanks, Barry.
Bye, everybody.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hello, everyone. We are on day 4 of LA Tribune Leadership Week 2025. We have heard from so many insightful individuals today, including Sonia Choquette, Gene Simmons, a really powerful segment with Becky Robbins, and of course, you just heard from Barry Shore. It is a delight and honor to introduce our next guest, who is near and dear to the Los Angeles Tribune family. Her name is Julianne Meyer, and she's a media consultant, best-selling author, and sought-after speaker who helps thought leaders and entrepreneurs build visibility, credibility, and income through streaming television. As co-CEO of E360 TV and founder of Arion TV, she leads a platform that reaches millions, giving changemakers the tools and stage to grow their impact. Julianne's coaching blends strategic media training with real-world monetization, making her a go-to expert for those that are ready to expand their message and their movement. And it is such a delight and an honor to bring Julianne up to join us for LA Tribune Leadership Week 2025. Julianne, I would love to actually start this segment by asking you about some of your reflections from what Barry just shared. I know you were here with us in the studio, and Barry always shares so many insights that help people shift their mindset in such a subtle way, but I always think in such an effective and impactful way. So I would love to kind of hear some of your reflections as we start our conversation today.
Absolutely. Thank you, first of all, for having me here today. Barry is one of my favorite people of all time. And not only is what he says important, but also his energy is so magnetic that you can feel it through the computer screen. You can feel it no matter what. You don't even have to be in the same room, and And, he called himself a hope smuggler. And I'm like, you're also a hug dealer. So, I mean, there's like, or like vice versa. Anyway, I just love him and his acronyms because it just makes life easier. And, I remember a long time ago, I asked him, have you always been like this? Or did this happen, after you lost your ability to walk? He said, I've always been like this. And I just thought, wow, and you didn't lose it even when things were tough. So for me, that meant the most. But anything he says, I truly adore.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And, yeah, it's so subtle, but all those acronyms. And Julianne, I mean, we're here, it's Leadership Week 2025. I think today we've had so many insightful conversations on the humanity aspect of leading from within and then also showing up for those in your community. Can you reflect on what leadership has meant for you as you have evolved in your personal life? And then we're going to shift a little bit to talk about E360 TV and what you and your entire team is doing over there to educate people through leadership principles through your shows.
Well, thank you for that question, because it's definitely an evolution and a journey. And the more that I'm put into leadership roles, the more I realize it's not about perfection and being better. It's just about being truly who I am and being and holding the space for other people to truly shine and let them be who they are, but also be there for them to help guide them as well. So, we first have to start with ourselves and be our best advocates, but also to me, it's just, there's a lot of bosses out there, but there aren't a lot of leaders out there. And, the Los Angeles Tribune has brought so many amazing people on for the past 4 days, and it's only gotten better and better. I've truly enjoyed watching from the sidelines all the people that have been up. And for me, it's about being open enough to know that I don't know everything and that I can always learn something new. And you just never know when the best piece of information is going to come from the most unlikely source. So I try and keep my mind as open as possible.
That's an interesting statement that you just shared there, Julianne. You said you never know where the best piece of information might come from the unlikely source. So what is something that you have learned recently from a unlikely source, but it has really encouraged you to maybe think about a situation or an experience in a different way that was unexpected, but maybe quite pleasant for you?
Exactly. So for me, children are the best teachers and leaders because they don't have this preconceived notion about how they should be. And they just sort of lead with their heart. And for me, it's just one of my friends, his kid has been struggling he plays baseball and he's been struggling a little bit. But the fact that he has just thought, you know what, I'm tired of making excuses for myself. I'm just going to go out and do my best, and that's going to be enough. And for me, it really taught me and reminded me, really reminded me that it isn't necessarily about the outcome. It's about playing full out. It's truly about how I show up every single day. How many, as Parisa would say, how many reps have I put in? How many reps have I been doing? So for me, it really is. It's like, how am I showing up every single day? And that's something I wasn't expecting because he was just being. It wasn't even a conversation that was meant for me, but that was my takeaway.
You're right, Julianne. Your reps do matter. They matter every day, all day, every time you take a rep. Oh my gosh. Thank you for mentioning that. It always brings a smile to my face whenever anyone mentions that, because it's always been a thing for me. And that because it's become, if anything, like an earworm for anyone else, hey, I'm here to spread the understanding that what you do every day, what you do consistently, absolutely matters. I would love to dive a little bit deeper into that in the sense of what does, being consistent with what you do, right? It can be gritty at times. And this is a question that I asked a few other speakers, and I feel like just the value that's come forward has been quite incredible. So I'd love to toss the question to you because you are so articulate and you are truly, you are so gifted with how articulate you are. So I want to throw this question to you. What does gritty look like for you?
Ooh, I love that question. So for me, grit is truly what has gotten me through some of the hardest times of my life, because life doesn't stop just because I feel a certain way. Life doesn't stop because things aren't going my way or something horrible happened or I'm really upset about something. I still have to keep going because my mission doesn't stop just because I feel sad today. And so for me, grit is truly honoring everything that I'm going through, but still moving forward, still keeping that needle going forward. But something else too is every once in a while, putting in my reps and doing these things, I finally realized maybe this isn't exactly the best way to do it. And so at some point, I have to reevaluate and decide, is it grit that's going to get me through this? Or do I actually have to take a look at this and maybe change slightly what I am doing and focus a little bit differently in order to get the result that I want? But for me, honestly, it's just honoring who I am, where I am, but also keep going forward, not letting my feelings and life circumstances get in my way.
Right. Oh, so good. Thank you for just being so receptive to that question. I I I love that you brought up the point of, yes, being consistent. Yes, doing it when you're absolutely not wanting to, but also when like the really challenging. And I know you said it very gently, but what you're speaking to is such reality. When things are really, when you're confronted and faced with the heaviest moments of life, still choosing. It's like the and that I always say. It's like, and I'm still going to choose this thing, right? I I love that you also presenced though that sometimes as you're being consistent with what you're doing and showing up, you're also allowing yourself to look at it with the lens of curiosity. Like, is this the best way to get to that North Star or to the intended outcome or the objective? Is it the best way? And allowing yourself to not necessarily totally reevaluate, but look at it with curiosity. And if you need to pivot, you have that opportunity. I think that's really powerful as a leader of your own life. Understanding that power of pivoting is powerful.
It is, because it's not, because there's we've all been there. We've all been there when we don't feel like doing the thing, whatever it is that we need to do in order to keep moving forward. But there is a point where you have to evaluate. You have to take a look and say, maybe this is not exactly what I thought. It's kind of like setting an intention at the beginning of the day, but not checking in at the end of the day to see if you lived that intention. It's only half of the process if you just keep going forward without evaluating and looking back. And like you said, it doesn't have to be a whole process, but just glancing at it, checking in and making sure, or even maybe adding in something slightly different in order to experiment, because there's nothing wrong with experimentation.
So, Julianne, what role has experimentation played in your life in terms of perhaps guiding you towards something or shifting you in a different direction from a place that you thought you were going to go, but you tried it out? You're like, maybe I'll try something else. Because I think experimentation is one of those things that it can enable you to be so much more aware of who you are and what you're trying to do and achieve, and maybe what's unexpected on your path. So what role has experimentation played in your life and in your leadership?
I always try and experiment all the time. And the reason why, and it doesn't have to be anything big, but I think it was Jack Canfield that, I heard him speak in person one time, and he was talking about taking your life in 30-day increments and trying different things and see if you like it or not, and see if that's something that you want to implement permanently. And that's something that I've always thought was pretty amazing, because you don't have to commit forever, but you do have to give things a certain try. But for me, just the experimentation, I honestly wouldn't even be here right now if it was all a grand experiment. I was working in health and wellness, and I was perfectly happy doing that. But the universe kept on shutting down every single door that, even though I'm well educated and very good at what I was doing, it just wasn't ever working. It was too much of a battle. And so I sort of fell into media in an interesting way, but that was just an experiment. I thought, okay, let's see how far this can go. And it has been so much more fun for me. And I've gotten everything that I always said I wanted. It just doesn't look the way I had planned. So that's the kind of fun thing about experimenting, is because it opens your eyes to, you might actually already have or are receiving what it is that you want, but it doesn't look the way you expected. So you can now see it because you're having fun with it instead of making, no, this is what I want and need. So I would say experimentation is really how I've been living my life for as long as I can remember.
Oh, so solid. Looking at the characteristics of what you want versus the actual exact picture of what that is. Okay, I feel like you could talk on that for the next 3 hours. Truly, like, we're not going to, unfortunately. But that's huge, because often we have this intended idea, right, of what we want to have be the end result. And we become very fixed on that. And I want to say, like, there's nothing wrong with that. However, it can become a limitation because we can have all of the characteristics of that picture and of that intended outcome and that desired outcome, but it may look like, it may be packaged exactly as you said, differently. And sometimes if we're blind to that, we can be blind to all that we've worked for and we've planted the seeds for. We can be blind to our own harvest ultimately. So that was incredible. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I've definitely been guilty of that too. And I look back and I realize I missed these opportunities because I said, it doesn't look like this. This isn't what I want. And when I finally just decided to play more and just sort of see where things go and see where the universe is taking me, all of a sudden I realized, wow, I wanted freedom. And now I work wherever I want to be. I mean, that's exactly what freedom is, but it wasn't what I thought it was going to look like. So I almost missed it completely. It's kind of like you have to pay attention to your life as it's happening. And I think we get so focused on our result or where we're trying to go sometimes that we don't even pay attention as much as we should to what's really happening right now in those moments that we might be missing because we are so focused on where we're going.
Yeah. That's so key, Julianne. Just a reframe for a lot of individuals. You're a co-CEO of E360 TV, and on E360 TV, you have a show called Seizing Your Greatness. What are like maybe 2 or 3 principles that you feel like have come up, or themes that have come up on your show Seizing Greatness, that you really want our audience and our community to kind of be aware about the light that they have within themselves and the greatness that they have within?
So there's a few things. And the reason why I even started that show was because I've noticed that people, you ladies are included in this, that you don't even realize how wonderful you are, how much you bring to the table, and how impactful you are by just showing up as being yourself every single day. It's not even what you do, it's just who you are. And that's what I wanted to do, is shine a light on people that are doing big things such as you two, but also have them share their stories so that whoever's watching can realize that these are real people. And if they can do it, so can I. And there's no reason why I can't, because, they struggled too. And I do believe that with the entrepreneurial and change making and thought leader world, there's a lot of the end product, but not the getting there, not getting to where you want to go. And it's never easy. I don't care what you choose. There's always going to be bumps along the road. There's always going to be something that isn't going your way or something that's a little more difficult. So I just like to share and highlight those types of things too. So people realize it's not that I'm on the wrong path. It's that this is expected and this is completely normal for me to have difficulties, because I think sometimes, especially women, we tend to think, well, maybe this means that I shouldn't be doing this. No. It just is showing you who you can be during this versus, just everything going super smooth, because we always grow and learn in the failures and in the things that don't always go our way. And I think too, that the last thing I think is that happiness and joy isn't comfort. And I think a lot of people really think that they'll be happy when they feel comfortable, but really, comfort can be so boring and perfection is so boring. And we're always looking for things to challenge ourselves. So that's kind of what the show is about, is just highlighting the person behind whether it's a book or a coaching program or if they're a speaker. And I really want to bring light to what they're doing, but also mostly who they are.
Oh my goodness. Connecting, I would consider that, like in my language, it's like connecting to making the pedestal relatable. Not that everyone's on a pedestal, but we naturally place people on pedestals, no matter who they are, complete strangers, not even celebrities even, but we place people on pedestals all the time. And pedestals separate us. They create that disconnect. And I love that that's your intention with it, because you're creating that opportunity to close that gap and connect. That's what this life is about, is understanding, connecting, truly connecting. So good, Julianne. Oh my gosh. I'm so glad for this conversation. So good.
Julianne, as you have worked with individuals that have stories, as you've curated shows for the E360 TV network, what have you thought about in terms of what stories that you all are holding space for and how to support people along their endeavors of getting their stories out there? Because that can be very scary for some people, right? But you are really holding space for people to share. So what has gone into that?
For me, the thing that I've discovered, what really makes something successful, what really makes something truly a remarkable thing that people want to tune into, to watch, to take away from, is when somebody is absolutely passionate about what it is that they're talking about. I don't care if it's Bitcoin, if it's AI, if it's about chakras, whatever the case may be, if they're not passionate about it, nobody wants to pay attention. I don't care if you're knowledgeable or not. If you don't have that passion, then nobody finds it very interesting to pay attention. So for me, what the people that I like to work with and cultivate are people who are passionate about something, but also I really want them to see their own magic. And I love that word so much, because it's just that intangible energy that people have that they need to tap into, that they don't think that they have. It's something that we think it's the next person's, or they have it, but I don't. But we all truly do have magic within us. And for me to be able to work with somebody and bring that out and show them, who are you not to show up today? Who are you not to share what you know and what you're passionate about? Because when we show up, you just never know whose life you are truly affecting in a positive way. Most of the time we plant seeds, but we never get to see the tree grow. And that's true with television. That's true with a lot of different things. But to really just do something and share what it is in order to give to others, then it's winning. And I always say too, whenever anybody's starting out, it's like this whole thing, people think that they have to be perfect. Nobody has to be perfect. I don't care if you're doing a podcast. I don't care if you're doing a TV show. I don't care if you're doing Instagram lives. You just need to show up. And as long as you're truly being who you are, the right people will start watching. The right people will hear what you have to say. And the right people, you're going to affect them in a positive way. And it's not about perfection. People love it. And as Parisa was saying, basically humanizing a person that's on a pedestal. Well, when we do that, when we make them human, then they're relatable. Now I can pay attention. Now I can pay attention to what you're saying and realize I can do that too. And that's really what I love doing, is showing people their magic, helping them get their message out in a way that can be heard. And then, of course, monetizing, because, hey, you can't just give without receiving something in return. That's not how the laws of the universe work.
Yeah. And it's an important reminder, I think, when you're someone that has a gift to give to the world, you want to give it. But it's also reminding individuals that, their time is valuable, their wisdom is valuable, their insights are valuable. So teaching people how to monetize on the other side is truly key as well. Julianne, it's always a pleasure to have you join us and share some of your wisdoms. You are such a close part of the Los Angeles Tribune community. We love it when you are on our shows hosting with us, and we believe in the work that you're doing. So we really appreciate you for joining us as a guest on Leadership Week so people can learn more about your perspective and the way that you think in a way that they haven't heard quite just yet from you on our platform. So we really, really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I always love being with you ladies, and of course, sharing with everyone who is watching. It's such a pleasure. So thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much. Wow.
Thanks, Julianne.
So good. It's so great to hear from Julianne. And, she's the co-CEO of E360 TV, which is such a remarkable platform that has so many amazing shows. And, it's an honor for those of you that are tuning in, we are at day 4 of LA Tribune Leadership Week, and we are truly just getting started. We are about to hear from our next guest, who is a filmmaker and a director. And then this afternoon, you are all going to be able to hear from the cast of the upcoming film presented by the Los Angeles Tribune, The Pillars of Power. So you all are in for such an amazing experience throughout the rest of today. It is a delight to introduce our next guest. Her name is Princilla Smith, and she's the writer and director of Walk in the Light, a 2025 NAACP Image Award nominated animated short film that's currently on the festival circuit. You're going to hear about the film Walk in the Light, and you're going to hear about the children's book that Princilla put together. Princilla has been nominated for a New England Regional Emmy in the category of Best Director for her work on The World Watch, a public service announcement addressing PTSD and first responders. She's such an active part of her community, serving her community. And before stepping into filmmaking, she served as a political communication strategist in Washington, D.C., working on Capitol Hill and appearing on a commentator on CNN, MSNBC, Fox News, and numerous radio outlets. And in 2016, she pivoted from politics to cultural storytelling, using arts to spark unity and social impact. So it is such a delight to bring our guest, Princilla, to join us today for this conversation. Princilla, would love for you to share about your film, Walk in the Light. It is a short animated film about the Oklahoma City bombing, and you have poured your heart, your energy, your effort into bringing the story alive. Would love for you to talk about the film, and then we're going to go back into your background and your experiences as you've come into this point.
Yeah, so thank you for having me. I'm glad to be here with the Los Angeles Tribune. As Alicia already said, my name is Princilla Smith. It's like Prince and Ella. The Ella is my great-grandmother's name, and the Prince is a reference from my dad's favorite scripture, the Prince of Peace. So it's Princella. And I am the writer and director of Walk in the Light. This film, this lovely animated short film, is about a blind man who rescued or led 5 people to safety from the rubble of the Oklahoma City bombing. It still stands as the largest act of domestic terrorism in the history of the United States. 168 people died, including 19 children. And so every year there's an anniversary on April 19th. They go back to the spot where the tragedy occurred. And they have a ceremony, and I have been there a number of times. And it's pretty heavy, and it's pretty sad. And so after I had a guest on my radio show at the time, and she came on talking about losing her grandsons, but then how she moved forward with her life after that tragedy, my wheels started turning, and I started to think, this story needed to be told. And so I ended up landing on Raymond Washburn, who was present at the time of the bombing. He worked on the 4th floor through the Randolph Shepherd Blind Vendors Program. So that allows blind people to own their own businesses and to own and operate and hire people. And usually it's selling things at a snack bar. And it actually kind of came full circle for me, because when I was 17, I was an intern at the state capitol in Arkansas, which is my home state. And I remember a blind man running that snack bar. So I remembered that, and I thought, okay, so this Raymond was in the same program, and he was present on the 4th floor when the bomb went off. And of course, if anybody remembers that or has seen footage of the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing, one of the things that happened was a lot of black smoke and a lot of white concrete dust, and it was just matting up people's eyes, and they really couldn't see. And so the story goes, and I actually talked to a couple people who he led out of the building, that it was so thick that they couldn't see. They were panicking. They were screaming that they couldn't see. Of course, some people had lost their lives, but the ones who were still alive talked about not being able to see. Well, Raymond could never see. He was never able to see from birth. And so he yelled to them to follow the sound of his voice and get to him. And so they crawled over rubble to get to Raymond, following the sound of his voice. He said, keep coming, keep crawling, keep walking. Once they got there, he said, put your hand on each other's shoulders and we'll form a train and I will lead us out of here. So by his sense of direction, he remembered that there was a back stairwell that had not been bombed. He tried to go one way and they said, no, that we see some daylight there, don't go that way. So he remembered a back stairwell and he led them out. And it was a remarkable story out of such darkness and heaviness. It's like, what can you tell that would be uplifting out of that story? But there's this man on the 4th floor, and there's a phenomenal story. And so an added layer to this story was that he is an indigenous man, or he was an indigenous man and a member of the Yuchi tribe of Native Americans. The motto of that tribe is Children of the Sun. And when I found that out, I said, okay, this script is really writing itself, because you got a blind man, you're playing on the sun and light and darkness, figuratively and literally. And so that's how I came up with the title.
Wow. And so the film is called Walk in the Light, and it really sheds light on Raymond's story and how he led people out of that bombing experience. But you crafted and you told the story through animation. You created a whole universe through animation, and you told a story in a very, very different way. So as a director, as a writer, what was that experience like for you in that decision to tell the film as an animated short? And it's a film that is successful. It's already been nominated for awards, and I know that you have submitted the film to a lot of very exciting film festivals as you get prepared for award season upcoming. So would love for you to share kind of some of the leadership decisions that you took in telling the story in the way that you have.
Yes, so that's a good question, and I do get asked that a lot. Like, why did you choose animation? Well, the broader goal I have is to produce a feature. That's actually what I started off trying to do, was produce a live action feature, like you might see with, starring Chris Pratt and, co-starring Alfre Woodard. And I actually do really want those two people in the feature. And I actually did talk to Alfre Woodard, who was interested in looking at the script. But anyway, that was the first goal. And if anybody is familiar with this industry, you know that it is a challenge to get a feature film made, for a number of reasons, right? Funding, just timing of so I got it. Actually, to be honest, Alicia, it was kind of born out of frustration. If I'm being honest, I was trying to get something moving. What my leadership style is, you asked about that. It is always, you got to be moving. If you're not growing, you're dying. If something is not moving, that's it. Once something becomes stagnant, you have to do something. I'm in the process of losing some weight and trying to get back to somewhere near my college basketball playing days. And one thing that on the diet, the nutritionist gave me some advice on what to do if I stall. I had a couple of stalls where I kind of wouldn't lose any more weight. You got to jolt it. Okay, you got to jolt your diet. You got to jolt something. So the jolt was, all right, I have several heroes, and this is one big, great, beautiful script with all these heroes, but I'm not moving anywhere. So I actually called my mom. I called my mom and I called one of my closest friends, and I read off all the stories. And I said, which one of these sticks out to you the most? And they said, The Blind Man. And I said, really? So I asked a couple other people. They said, no, hands down, The Blind Man. That is a story. And that was something I thought I could tell it, and I could tell it quick. And shout out to the entertainment industry for saying there is a such thing as a short film. I said, okay, that's what I'll do. And so I sat down, and I kid you not, I wrote that script in one sitting. I sat down and I wrote it, and it just kept coming to me. It's a 20-page script. And I was nodding off the first night. I was nodding off, but I had the whole script in my head, but I was nodding off when I was typing it. I was like, no, let me finish. So I technically did get up the next day and finish the rest of it, but it was basically just one fell swoop writing it. And then I thought, all right, I want to do animation, because to tell something with that many layers, he's at home, he's in the snack bar. We showed him feeding the different people who worked in that federal building. You had military, children, a bank. There was a bank in there. And I thought, this is going to be a lot of prop, a lot of setup. It's going to be expensive. Even as a short film, this is going to take a lot. And I knew I wanted to do it quickly. And I said, okay, I'm going to go animation. I love animation. I think the best animation of all time is Beauty and the Beast. I think it's the best one of all time. Just go at me on that. But one thing about it, of Beauty and the Beast, they have all these universes. You've got the universe of the cottage. You've got the universe of the gloomy castle. Then you got the universe of the enchanted castle. And then you've got the universe of the tavern and the bar where Gaston is. And I said, I want to create my own universes. I didn't know anything about animation, but I had read and I had studied a bit just because I like it. And I went and talked to some folks, and they introduced me kind of to those terms, universe. I said, oh, okay, I like this, because now I can do what I want. And even though, yes, you're going to pay to get someone to animate for you, it was so simple as us going back and forth. My animators were in New Delhi, India, and here I was on this computer at the time in Nashville. And so I could go back and forth with them and say, add that to the universe, add this, add that. And I love the process, because the film is based on real people. So I sent them the pictures of the real people, and all my characters look like spitting images of the real people. But what they told me? They said, first, Princella, we got to create your universe.
Yeah.
Because where do you want them? What settings do you want them? There's so much to put in there. One thing I learned is, if you want to be successful, you got to put yourself in the universe. People study nature, right? You have to plant a seed, right? And then watch it grow. The nature is cyclical. There's seasons of life. I'm not very patient. Alicia has come to know that I don't have a lot of patience. I want things now really quick. But you learn something about life. It's cyclical. It's seasons. You plant. There's a season for planting, for the dormancy, and then for growing. If you do not plant your seed in the right soil, it's not going to grow. So sometimes you can have the right seed and you can have the right idea, but it's not going to grow. And so what I said was, well, I've got this great idea. I just don't have it in the right soil. I need a way to push this forward. And so I took the most interesting, it's now a book. I made a children's book out of it. So you can see a little bit of the illustration here. This is all screenshots from the movie.
Film. Yeah,
from the film. So you guys can see that.
Priscilla, you're teaching about such a moment in history that can be difficult to talk about, but through the animated short, you are teaching an important part of history to children, right? And
absolutely,
and with animation, trauma-informed counselors have praised the film for its approachability in teaching a very important part of history, but also making it easier to connect with. And you've talked about, that people don't want to be lectured to, they want to be entertained, but you found a way to teach messages and inspire people through writing and through film. How would you like the film and the way that you have approached writing, directing, creating, and now elevating Walk in the Light to kind of inspire others that are trying to share a story or connect with someone with the point, but are trying to figure out how to be creative in doing that, so the message actually lands in a way that's going to connect with the person that is receiving it?
Absolutely. In creating those universes, I was able to present it how I wanted to, which was, I didn't want it to be too dark, I didn't want it to be too scary. Because look, the second you say animation, whether you intend it for younger audiences or not, it's going to draw younger audiences. And I knew that. I said, whether it doesn't matter what I say, if I say animation, it's going to draw younger audiences. So I wanted to present it in a way that they could digest it. And like you said, one of the best compliments I got was we did a private screening in Oklahoma City, and a teacher came up to me, and she actually brought her little girl who's 7 years old. And she said, I thank you for this because it has provided a way for me to digestibly tell this to young people, to kids. She said, we've been looking for a way to explain it. It's such a big part of our history, but it's just really hard because it's really scary. And the process of a child is, okay, these people were just minding their own business. These kids were just at school, and this man set a bomb off. So then you gotta, like the scary thought of, well, are they going to bomb me? Right? Like a child needs to process that. So we even did not actually say the name of Timothy McVeigh, who many of you know was the bomber who eventually got the death penalty for that. We just called him the evil man. Right? So in an animation, you can do so much more. Whereas if I did that with live action and people, it would just be strange or weird, or, who made this movie? But when you have an animation, you can take something so heavy, but the artistic form of it softens it because it is a cartoon. I told you Beauty and the Beast is my favorite animation. That's a heavy movie. I mean, the Gaston stabs the beast, right? That's heavy, but kids watched it. I watched it when I was in the first grade. And so you're able to do that. And then I'm sorry, you asked me another question. What was the last part?
Yeah, like how can that inspire creators or
Yes.
individuals trying to?
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you for that question. I have encouraged so many people that if you're kind of on the wheel I am, which a ton of filmmakers are, try to see if you can summarize what your feature film is and try it on animation. And like we did 3D animation, but I have seen beautiful like claymation. I've seen like sort of the black and white stencil, which is what Kobe Bryant did with his. And that has opened a lot of doors for people to say, here's a bite of what I'm trying to say to you, right? And you know what happens? A lot of these short films end up on airlines. Delta Airlines shows a lot of short films. Netflix, Apple TV, HBO Max, they will show that, and that opens the door. Real quick, the show Hair Love, the movie Hair Love that became a New York Times best-selling children's book. It was a 6-minute short film, and they created a television show from it on HBO Max, starring Issa Rae. So I want to encourage people that, hey, if it didn't work this way, try another way. But animation is going to give you so much freedom in creating. I mean, I chose everything down to the colors of the outfit. Oh, I want this color because this evokes this emotion. This evokes that emotion. The facial expressions I was able to put on the characters instead of having to tell an actor to do something over and over again. It was a great creative universe to do.
Yeah, I love that. And I think it's important, it's key to show that it can be a short film and have so much impact. You've already been recognized by the NAACP Image Awards with your nomination. As I mentioned earlier, you're getting ready for award season run right now. And there is so much.
Can I give a sneak peek?
Yes, as we get ready, closing remarks, because we are going to move to our next segment. But I would love for you to give a sneak peek as you're
yes. So I want to let people know, so you can kind of be wishing me luck. Okay, we have secured like the yeses of 2 A-list stars who want to come in and elevate the film. So I did this with local actors who did a great job, and I'm wanting to elevate it a bit. So a couple of the roles, one of the roles was me. I'm swapping out for an A-list actor, and then there's another role I'm swapping out. So that'll be coming pretty soon, and we're pretty excited about that, especially headed into award season.
I love that. Thank you so much, Princella. And I think that also shows true leadership, right? Is understanding who to have in the right places as you try to expand the projects that you're working on. We really appreciate you for joining us today, Princella, on Leadership Week. Until next time, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. So what an interesting segment with Princella, who has her film Walk in the Light, which is really educational and in a medium that she's trying to connect with people through a very powerful story in film. And film is going to be the theme for Leadership Week as we continue today with day 4. It is such an honor to be sitting here with Donna Campbell, who's the executive vice president of the LA Tribune Film Division, that is really on mission to educate, empower, and inspire individuals through film. And we have such a dynamic rest of the day coming as we have the stars of the film, The Pillars of Power, that are joining us for LA Tribune Leadership Week. So Donna, it is great to have you back here.
Yes.
You hosted and you opened this morning, but
I
would
did.
love for you to kind of frame some of the conversations that individuals that are tuning in can expect as we continue with Leadership Week today.
Yes, absolutely. So up next here, what we have is Dr. Jeffrey Fannin, and in just a moment, I'm going to do his introduction. And he is a renowned neuroscientist, and he's also an expert in the pillars of power because he actually bridges together the science with the spirituality, which is a part of the theme of the film. And then we'll move right into our other guest experts, panel style, that are also all featured into the film. So we're going to go ahead and get started here. Dr. Jeffrey Fannin, he is that renowned neuroscientist. He has had over 25 years of experience in brain mapping.
Donna, you went on mute there for a second.
Oh, that's strange. Okay. Technology, you got to love it, right? So he's actually known for his pioneering work using the EEG technology to analyze brainwave coherence in high-performing leaders. He is the author of Commanding the Power of Thought, and an upcoming title that he has, Neuro Awakening. And as I mentioned, he is part of the Pillars of Power movie as a guest expert. So we're going to welcome to the stage here Dr. Jeffrey Fannin. Welcome, and thank you so much for being here with us today.
Oh, Donna, thank you so much. Good to see you again.
Yes, we've had a lot of fun filming for the different, the film Pillars of Power with you, and I've gotten to know you throughout this last year, but I have such a fascination with neuroscience. I'll be honest with that. And with your work, Dr. Fannin, it really helps map the electrical patterns in the brain with the work that you do and the brain maps that you do. So I'm curious, what first drew you to explore how thought shapes behavior and leadership potential?
That's a great question. I've thought of that a lot of times. And let me see if I can put this into some sort of a context here of the question, because I really didn't know that I was going to go down this road. You know, back when I was an airline pilot and flying for US Air, and they started to have layoffs, and I was getting laid off because they had too many people. Even though I had 600 hours of my logbook, I couldn't even get an interview. And I was always fascinated with the brain. Why do we do what we do? And so I began to look at that and started getting very interested in doing brain mapping, and never had an idea that I would go in that direction. But I found it very fascinating because it is very precise. And so I kind of wandered into this arena, you know, with science, because I love the truth of science and the accuracy of the things you're looking at here. So it just kind of fit. It was a natural fit for me to look at neuroscience and to begin to practice that with the brain, because I was so interested in what do we do and how do we go about doing those kinds of things. And that's turned into a very long career for me.
Yes, it has. And one of the things that I've learned after I started studying with you is that neuroscience seems to be a common language, and we often don't realize it because I approach things from more of a spiritual standpoint, but yet the language I use is very much encoded into neuroscience. So when people hear brain mapping, most of us really do think about the science behind it, not necessarily the soul. So how do you bridge neuroscience with human performance and personal transformation?
I love that question. I probably spent a lot of time thinking about that, but let's put it in kind of a context of what we do on an everyday basis. And we use the symbols of the square and the circle. And the circle deals with a lot of our emotions and what we do and how we go about that and how we interact with other people, what goes on there. Whereas the square is the symbol that is going to be our daily life, what we do, our job, how we go about those things. So sometimes we are emotionally being driven by the circle. The circle is helping us to define how we feel. What will we want to do with that? And then later in the day, we may have to go to our job and do the work that we do. And that's the square, being able to transition into that square. So those tend to rule our life, whether we're dealing with the circle or whether we're dealing with the square. And so we're going to vacillate back and forth between the two of those from our consciousness that we have developed and how we live our life.
That there is profound when you really start taking it to look at it in the individual, between a circle, between a square. Now, I do have to say, Dr. Fannin, you have literally worked with everyone from business industry leaders to military institutions. What have you learned about the brain states of high performance leadership?
Well, I think when we look at high performance leaders, so whether we're talking about a professional athlete, a CEO, a wife, a housewife, a mom, it's all basically the same kind of thing. So we are going to be working within these different realms. You know, we have our daily life and the things that we do, the things that are vying for our attention. So we end up with a lot of the things that are going on out there that are pulling for our attention. Buy this, do this. If you don't do this, you're going to lose out and you're going to feel very bad if you do that. And then we have things that we have to do on a regular basis. Take care of the kids, go to our job, deal with all of the things that we want to do, you know, being able to deal with our dreams and our hopes and the kinds of things that we would like to make happen in our life. So they are all a very big part of our life. And I think a lot of us have a difficulty in balancing that. And so it gets back to part of that is dealing with us emotionally. Part of it is dealing with us physically, intellectually, and fundamentally as human beings. You know, who am I as a person, as a human being, and how am I interacting with the people around me and the people that I want to interact with, or the people that have demands on me. You need to do this and do this now kind of thing, because we all experience all of that.
Yes, very, very true. And with emotions and feelings, you often talk about the energy of enoughness, that we're all wanting to be enough, and that you see that neurologically as like the root of everything. When we look at,
go ahead.
Oh, go for it.
Yeah. So when we look at enoughness, and when I started writing this book, I was trying to define what is enoughness? What does that mean to you and to you and to you over there? What is enoughness? Well, we all want to be enough. And so when I started writing about this and doing some of the research, it was getting back to what is it that we do? Where does it come from? And why is it there? And so we look at a number of things, and I had literally worked with thousands of people when I was writing this book over a period of years of being able to evaluate, where did this come from? Why do you do what you do? And we look at several different things that cause us to have that feeling of not being enough. And one of them is I want to feel like I am worthy, that I am good enough. I want to feel like I belong. I want to feel like the things and the people around me are truthful, that I can count on them, those kinds of things. And so that's one of the things that I write about in the book is, how do you deal with that? Because a lot of it comes from when we are 7 to 9 years of age. So that we're learning how the world works. and what should we do and how should we behave and all of those kind of things. However, the things that we learn at that age, when we get into our 30s, our 40s, 50s, and on up, then we are finding that these same patterns are ruling our life, and they really become subconscious beliefs. So the thinking part of our brain only deals with about 5%. It does the desiring, and the other 95% comes from our subconscious belief. And so with if we have subconscious beliefs that are out of alignment, that the frequencies are not lined up, I'll give you an example here. So let's say that the thinking part of my brain says, I want more money, I want more money, I want more money. It has to go down to the subconscious and find out, what is my rule about money? Now, where it got these rules, it does not matter. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not, because here's a side note about the brain. If the brain doesn't have an answer, it will make stuff up. That's true. So when our brain is trying to figure out something, and so when you're let's put the 5-year-old in the seat of the bus here and driving the bus. And so here you are 40, 50 years of age, and we got the 5-year-old driving the bus. It's going to use the logic of a 5-year-old. It's going to use the emotions of a 5-year-old. And yet here we are in an older adult age. And so we're going to behave based on what those rules are. So if the rule is, I want more money, it doesn't necessarily have to be true or where it came from. We end up with this kind of push-pull effect that's going on. We are trying to attract what it is we do want. At the same time, the frequencies are out of alignment. So it's pushing away the very thing that we're trying to get a hold of. And we don't understand why that won't work. It's because the frequencies are out of balance. It all gets back to neuroscience.
Yes, it does. And what I'm really curious about with enoughness, is there a distinction between people who are in leadership roles, say like the former Steve Jobs, or and everyday people, or people that run organizations? Is there a different thought pattern or belief system behind that?
Well, I'll kind of put it this way. When I was getting my PhD, and towards the end, one of the last classes we have, and our instructors were more like mentors. And so the question of the day for this particular course was, when does the doctor become the doctor? So we discussed this for 2, maybe even 3 hours. So we went around and we had about 17 people who were in my group. And so we had talked about this and that and the other thing. And so we all shared our ideas. And at the end of that, our mentors, the doctor becomes the doctor when he takes on the mantle of the doctor. And we all kind of thought about that for a while. I was like, what does that actually mean? The doctor becomes the doctor when you put on the mantle of the doctor. Well, it's the same thing if you're a podcaster, or if you are a housewife, or if you are a CEO, or no matter what you are, it's when you take on that mantle that you become the doctor. Because at the end of this, and I'll share this is a very little known secret, and if this gets out in the public, I'm liable to deny it. But when I first got my PhD, and this is where the enoughness comes in, I felt like I was a fraud. And this is what this scenario, was the conclusion of the scenario. When you first get your PhD and you first become the doctor, you're going to feel like a fraud. So whether you're a housewife, newly married, or whether you're a CEO in charge of a large organization, they're going to feel like a fraud. And so this gets back to being able to handle that, take on the mantle of whatever you have decided to become, to believe in your dreams. And this is coming from your true, authentic self. So it's not only about the true, authentic self, it's about living from your true, authentic power. So as a CEO, as a leader, as an athlete, as a housewife, as whatever role that you are playing, you've got to come from not only your true, authentic self, but you've got to live in your true, authentic power. And so how does one do that? When you take on the mantle of whatever position it is that you're wanting to do. Take on the mantle, be very clear about what it is and how you want to do that. And so you're going to come from your true authentic self and live from your true authentic power.
Wow, that right there, that is just profound, because it's not so much the certification or a certificate that you get that makes you what you are, but it is really about stepping into your true authentic power and the mantle of what that encompasses, that transforms you from a student who got a certificate into the role of a doctor.
Right. I had a whole box full of certificates, and I used to have this wall up in my office here that would say, all these different certificates. And I kept telling people, this is my wall of identity, until one day the light bulb went. I went, my wall of identity? Are you kidding me? This is your identity? All these little pieces of paper with stuff written on them that are on your wall, that is your identity? Then I began to discover that's not really who I am. That's not who I want to be. So we have to be very understanding about what is our identity. And so that as we begin to develop and craft our identity, because we're going to change. I was different in my 20s than I am now. And in my 30s and 40s, and we'll just kind of stop right there because I'm a little older than that, but I don't feel that old. But we view things very differently when we are at different age categories. And when my kids are in their 40s now, and it's like, where did the time go? How did that happen? That they, even though I get to talk to them regularly, they are living their own life. And so when I think back to when I was 40, and that's when I was getting my PhD, the average person in our group was 43 years of age, and I was 44 at the time. So I kind of fit in with the group, and we all thought alike. And so we're all kind of coming from the same place. We had certain things going on in our life, and the things that we were doing that kind of matched up. And that's how some of these communities and these tribal functions that we get involved with and the cultures that come about, they're going to change over the years, depending on what is prominent in your life. So that's when you're going to change the mantle that you have to something else, and not be afraid to change that mantle, because it may be something that is the unknown. You're not really sure of where it is or who you are, where you're going to go. That's why we have the experiences, because we learn from the experiences.
So very true. So very true there. With all of your brain mapping studies, and because they can reveal the effects of things like self-doubt and fear, the imposter syndrome there, especially in leaders, how can we use this information and begin to start shifting those patterns?
Shifting the patterns. Well, that's, first of all, you got to kind of identify what that is. And so once you give it a name, that this is, I'm not enough. I want to feel loved. I want to feel cared about. I want to feel authentic. Once we identify what that is, then we have to be able to have that witnessed. So we don't have to have somebody else witness that. Oh, this is what you are. This is what you do. We can do it that ourselves. So I am witnessing to myself, I'm not enough, or I want to be more. I want to be this or that. Once we witness that, then we can begin to look at that through the eyes of our adult self, and look at our younger self and be able to say, oh, well, I see where you're coming from with that. What do you want to do with that child that you're looking at as an adult? You're looking at them as a child. You want to pick them up, set them on your lap, give them a hug. What is it that you want them to know? Because we are going to be guiding that person as an adult, kind of their higher self. And that's where our higher self gets involved in some of this, so that we can trust in our higher self and how our higher self will guide us through life.
Yes, that there is huge with it. Once these are identified and we can understand and looking at how to shift some of those patterns, what are some of the ways we can actually train our brain to embody this new way of being?
That's a very good question. I love that. So the to train our brain, and a lot of people don't realize that when you look at a neural pathway, for example, and so the pathways grow and develop. I've got some great pictures that were taken through a microscope, through a very powerful microscope, so you can actually see where the dendrites and they're moving along the glial fiber, and being able to create these expressions. So when they come together, and so you have this space between the glial fibers, and so that it will fire. You've heard the saying, things that wire together fire together. Well, that is very true. And so as these experiences, we have the experiences and it comes together, and we end up with a neurotransmitter that either prevents that from firing or causes it to fire. So as we're training our brain from these experiences and we're doing what it is that we want to do. So if we believe in our dreams, if we want to live in our dreams and we want to make those come about, we have to have the reality of the plan. Then we have to take action on that. And so by taking action or living the experience, so taking one step in front of the other, I think it was Lao Tzu that said, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. It's very true. When we are moving into a new environment or a new field that we want to be in, or taking on a new mantle, and we're very unsure about what that is, we need to take action. But first, we have to be very clear about what it is we want to take action on. That is our intention. What is our intention? If we are very clear about the intention, then we are going to be able to attract what it is we do want. If we're unclear, and what I mean by that is when we are unclear, that our subconscious beliefs get in the way and push the thing that we're trying to attract out of the way. So we have to create an intention that is very clear, dump the rocks out of our backpack so that we can create the subconscious beliefs that we can act on, and then we will get us the result and take on the mantle. That's how we're going to train our brain. That's how we do it every day. And we just use things like brain map or neuroscience to tell us what it is that we are seeing. But we as individuals, the consciousness lives within us, not outside of us.
Wow. So oftentimes we think about the law of attraction. We think about our thoughts create our reality, the energy that we're in. And neuroscience really is the study behind that to what makes it all come together, and how it works in there. So I know one of the things you speak a lot about on is commanding that power of thought. So what are the most important thoughts a leader must master to elevate their impacts?
Well, I don't know if it's so much as the thoughts as it is the field. Now, what do I mean by the field? So around our heart, we have over 40,000 neurites. Now, a neurite is like a neuron in the brain. It can think, remember, give commands, that kind of thing. It sends the signal up the vagus nerve from the heart to the brain so that the brain can then produce the neuropeptides to create the emotion, the feeling of whatever it is that we want to deal with. Now, back in 2019, I was doing a study with a group of people called VibraVision. These are people who could put adhesive bandages over their eyes, put a blindfold on top of that, and then drive a go-kart without crashing. You could drop colored beanbags in their hand. They could tell you what color the beanbag was before it hit the palm of the hand. And at first I thought, well, what's the trick to that? And as we started looking at their brain maps, I realized we were looking in the wrong place. It's not in the brain map. It's coming from the heart, from that field, so that it comes up through the chakra centers of our body. and it comes out in what we call a torus in about 3 feet in all direction. When we get within 3 feet, our fields are talking to one another. And the question became, what are we talking about? What are our fields talking about? And it depends on the frequency and the vibration. So if you're living in a frequency of anxiousness and fear and doubt, then your field is presenting that frequency of fear and doubt and things like that. Or if we are living from a more positive sphere, if we are able to come from that, I am worthy, I am good enough, I can do this, I can take on any challenge and make that happen, then our field is going to talk with another person's field. Now, here's the interesting thing about that, and that is you walk into a room full of people, and whatever your field is going to be attracted to a person who is just like that. So you have to be real careful of what does my field look like. And so that field, we learned about that. It's called a morphogenetic field. And when people would drop the colored beanbags, they are looking at a concept called morphic resonance. Rupert Sheldrake told us about the morphic resonance. So they're picking up the color. This one is red. This one is green. This one is blue. And so they could do that. Now, how did I come to that conclusion? Because one of the people I worked with at Vibravision had no eyeballs. Really, no eyeballs. And to watch him do things was pretty amazing. You know, I was over to his house and he was having lunch and he was cutting things up. And it's like, I was afraid he's going to cut his finger off or something. You know, I said, you want me to help you there? No, I got it. And he would get things out of the cupboard and out of the fridge and, fix lunch. And he had no eyeballs, honestly. And it's just like, what is the ability to do that? So as we did the studies and found out it's the field. So what is our field? If we are honing our field and helping to grow our field so that the frequency, the coherence of the energy is correct. And the question becomes, what do you want to do with the energy? Just another really quick story here that I write about in the book. And that is, so I was talking to a dojo master and that has a martial arts studio. And he was, everybody was standing outside after their session and talking. And there was a woman in the crowd that had a purse over her shoulder. This guy runs by, grabs her purse and going down the sidewalk just as the dojo master steps outside. And so just like in the Karate Kid, he amasses the energy. Now the question becomes, what do you want to do with the energy? And he throws the energy at the individual, hits him in the back and recovers the purse. Now the issue of this story is we all have the ability to amass the energy. The question is, what do you want to do with the energy? And so that's our intention. So we can craft our intention of what we want to do with the energy. Then we can command the energy to do what it is that we want it to do. So whether it's heal something in our body, or whether it's to bring about the law of attraction and attract something into our life that we want, but we have the ability to command that energy. That is living from your true, authentic power.
Wow. Be able to amass the energy and direct the energy to your intention, probably with clarity, and have that go out into the world to create for you.
Correct. Everybody has that ability. Most people don't know how to do it because they get caught up in all the other stuff. They're not clear about what their mantle is, what it is that they need to do. They haven't really looked at who is my true authentic self? Who am I? As a person, as a human being, who am I? And so once they begin to define what that is, and then begin to apply that with their intention of what do you want, now you can command the power of the energy.
I love that. I love that. I'm going to, as we wrap up this segment here, Dr. Fannin, we'll go ahead and let you have last closing words and share with our audience what's on your heart.
So, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much in letting me have just a moment here to kind of wrap that up. And I would say leave with people to believe in who you are. believe in your dreams, be able to come from your true authentic self and live from your true authentic power. And then you will be able to design and create the life that you were meant to live, and the one that you want to live, the one that you deserve to live. And you can join us at thoughtuniversity.net. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fannin, for being here with us today at the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week. Your research has really impacted so many people around the world, and most people are not even aware that you are the person behind a lot of the different research that goes out. And as you know, I can speak to you for days and weeks and months on end.
I know, we've had great conversations.
Thank you so very much here.
Thank you.
All right, we are continuing with the Leadership Week, and we have a very special panel coming up here. And as Dr. Jeffrey Fannin was one of our guest experts in the upcoming feature, Pillars of Power, The Hidden Secret Behind Achieving Greatness, we're going to start bringing up some of our other guest panel experts here. And so I am bringing up Miss Tiffany Cano, Angela Kung, and I'm also inviting Natalie Boutros and Dalal to come on up here to share with us some different fun things that we have been working on and doing with the Pillars of Power. So welcome, ladies, for being a part of this. I'm going to allow each of you just 30 seconds or so to give an answer here. And I'm going to kick this conversation off. And Tiffany, I'm going to start with you. What drives your mission for you, and what impact are you most proud of creating through the work that you have today?
Love. I love and service. That is all I live for. Love and service. And then God just blesses me along the way. I get to contribute, love, and help.
I love that. Angela, same question. What drives your mission, and what impact are you most proud of creating through your work?
What drives me is not wanting other people to feel as lost and disempowered as I have in my life. And it truly is my life's passion to move forward every day, to heal and to become stronger, and to learn the wisdoms of healing and strengthening in mind, body, and spirit for all the things that life has to offer, and to support those through my wellness center, as well as through all of the projects that I'm doing, including Pillars of Power, to really bring forth that wisdom and that hope that all people can heal, that they can come through and make these amazing breakthroughs in their life.
Beautifully said there. Natalie Boutros.
Empowerment and reclamation, because we have the power to reclaim our happiness from everything, from external factors. So definitely those two words.
Perfect. And Dalal, let me have you share your mission and the impact that you wish.
Hi, as a leader, what drives me is leading through love, truth, and trust, and empowering others and reminding others that they have this too.
Perfect. Beautiful there. So this is just a few of the people that we have here in the Pillars of Power. And kicking off here with our next question for everyone, and I'll have you, Tiffany, I'm going to kick off with you, and then I'm going to have you finish with the rest of the panel. What drew each of you to become part of the movie Pillars of Power? And what message did you feel called to share through this film? So Tiffany, I'll start with you.
It was a divinely guided yes. And since I love being able to teach people how to tap into their intuition, when I got that divine yes, I knew I had to take action. Even though at first I didn't want to do it. Like from a personality perspective, I just wanted to stay in my meditation cave, but I got the divine yes. So I listened and I took action. And I love it.
All right,
Will there
Angela.
part two?
Yes, yes.
Sorry.
What message did you feel called to share through this film?
Tapping into source to get that connection and attunement and clarity, and then just living from that space of love while doing it.
Beautiful. Angela.
The instinct that I had was very similar. I definitely live on a very spiritual level with intuition and always asking the higher power, is this what you would want me to do? And I know that after winning Mrs. Asia USA and this coming into my life, there was definitely, some connection here of what my purpose was meant to do. And to be asked to be in this film, it was absolutely an honor. And when I tapped in, it was an absolute astounding yes. And so I'm so grateful to be a part of this film. And the message that I really want to share from deep within is just that healing from trauma is possible. And it's not only possible, it's something that can happen much quicker than most people believe. And that the suffering can end from nightmares, PTSD, anxiety, all of the mental, emotional, and physical illnesses and diseases that we have. That was really something that I wanted to come across in the film, for sure.
Yeah, yes, absolutely there. And I'm hoping that all of our viewers that are watching are able to start seeing some of the different themes and some of the different things that we've been sharing and talking about that also are part of the backbone of Pillars of Power. For Dalal, for you, what drew you to be a part of Pillars of Power? Why did you say yes?
For me, as I'm remembering who I am at the core level, I feel that I have to remind others who they really are at the core level and pointing to their powers. I mean, we all have the powers. So we are powerful beings. And this movie was really an opportunity for me to deliver my message.
Yes, yes. It's huge for us to be able to share our messages in a lot of different ways, including film, which can have the ability to impact millions of people. Natalie, what drew you to be a part of Pillars of Power?
Well, Donna, you and all the other cast members, because this cast, it's an amazing cast. And you are all more spiritual, from spiritual backgrounds than I am. I'm more hands-on. And I said, you know what? This cast needs me to put my practical, easy tips to find and access to all these 5 pillars of powers. And I really love the one that I chose, my pillar, the relationship, because I believe that the relationship that we have with ourselves is the most important one. And it's the start of happiness and start of everything. So that was really the reason that I was in it.
Yes, yes. And that is so profound because everything starts with the self on the inside before we get to share that in the outside world. In Dr. Fannin's segment, he was talking about the energy inside of us, that we all have it, and then we get to use it to create out in the world. And each and every one of us has that ability there. So, Natalie, what message did you feel called to share through the film outside of the relationship with yourself and happiness?
I think I call it happiness. We call it greatness. We call it success, leadership. It's in our hands. And Pillars of Power shows that. And that's the message that I want to spread, because we can all achieve that. We all have it in us. We have to just use it the right way. And this documentary will help you, because we're all there giving you all those little tips, to get there.
Yes, absolutely there. Angela, I'm really curious for you. Was there a moment during filming that surprised you?
Honestly, there were so many amazing questions that I was being asked during the film. And I think I was maybe just overwhelmed with how much we could cover, just how much ground we could cover in the film to really empower people, from the food and understanding like nutrition and how to live in their daily lifestyle, to relationships, to money, to, I mean, there were just so many things. And of course, my favorite pillar is spirituality. And that's truly what I found to be the most life-changing part for me. And I really loved those questions. Those were my favorite.
So while you were filming, Angela, those moments that surprised you the most, was there something that shifted your perspective or maybe even deepened your own message?
I would say yes. I left that filming feeling like there was so much more that I wished I could have said. And so, yes, absolutely. I think every project that I get myself into will shift my mentality on things. And it really just sort of opened up a lot more momentum in what I wanted to share and how much drive I have to all the different topics. And so I will be, moving forward with doing more videos and helpful hints for people that really spread beyond into some of the questions that I was asked during the film, because it really opened my mind.
Yes, beautiful, beautiful there. Natalie, was there a moment during filming that really surprised you?
Well, yes, because I'm someone who's always prepared for everything. And for this film, for this documentary, we were not ready because we've been instructed that we had to be our truth, authentic selves. And that part, I was, honestly, we all are, a little scared, but it was really, really a great experience. And I felt empowered, and I saw that we don't need to get ready in life. And that really gave me a nice surprise, let's say.
Yes, yes. And it's all about, yes, stepping into your own authentic power. The answers are already inside of you. And it was just allowing that essence to broadcast out to the world. Tiffany, was there a moment during filming that surprised you or something that shifted your perspective and deepened your message? You're muted.
Even just getting to the gorgeous mansion that we filmed at, it was in the middle of all of those bad fires. And it was a huge leap of faith and trust that, everything was going to work out and that we were safe and that all the filming was going to be great. And so I got there and there was a lot of peace. It was like being in the peace in the center of a, crazy storm. It had that kind of an energy. Like we were just embodying the essence of what the film is and what we're going to be releasing this fall.
Yes, it truly, truly was. And for many of you who don't know, our filming schedule was really right at the time of the Los Angeles fires, but we all stepped into the faith, the trust, and the belief and stepped up, and we still showed up and we still filmed. And there are so many miracles that happened as the Pillars of Power was being filmed. Now that we're moving into and are in post-production, Natalie, share with us, how does the Pillars of Power reflect your personal philosophy on power, purpose, and leadership?
It's very interesting because this documentary is called Pillars of Power, and I have my method, which is called the Happiness Cocktail, that has exactly 5 ingredients. So call it a sign, call it, and it's like they're really linked together. And I think it's all about shifting your mindset, all about following leadership, and being a good leader starts with you, being right with you and in peace with you, which goes with what I teach people, the self-love, and my pillar, the relationship. So they're like really, really, really very close to each other.
Yes, yes, they are there. Angela, what do you believe this film reveals that the world needs to hear right now?
I think it really reveals a lot of the inner work that we need to do, and giving people ideas and nuggets of wisdom to really follow through on what those action steps can be. I think that a lot of people, back when we watched and read The Secret, it was such a powerful movement of manifestation and energy activating. And a lot of that is true. We can definitely manifest through the power of thinking about something. But what are some of the things that can really create a successful, happy, and joyous person in a very well-rounded way? I think there's so much more to be said about that. And this film definitely covered a lot of those things in the 5 pillars that we talk about.
Yes, it absolutely does there. Tiffany, in one sentence, what is the hidden secret behind achieving greatness that you stand for?
Just being a divine instrument of light, love, and power.
So I'm going to explore that a little bit more. How do you become a divine instrument of light, love, and power?
Connecting with source, God, the universe, whatever is your personal relationship with the divine, and connecting in a way with love, with devotion, with a yearning to serve, with a joy and a happiness to just let yourself contribute as if you're seeing and feeling the divine within yourself and in others.
Mhm. Absolutely. Dr. Angela Kung, what do you see as the legacy of Pillars of Power, and how do you hope it ripples into the next generation of leaders?
Wow. I think it's going to have such a major influence in our world, our societies, and really, really leach into the thinking and the higher consciousness of the younger generations to come. I think it'll leave a lasting impact and really be one of those legacy movies that give people something to really allow major change and shift. Because some of these things have not been things we have actually been open to talk about. I think a lot of these things are actually coming into conscious light now, that those of us who are living in a higher frequency and have achieved it are willing to speak out about it so that we can share more healing and more success to the rest of the world. And this is a new sort of way to live. And I think a lot of people will become more and more aware that there is something else. And that's really what we want. We want to make those waves.
Very, very true. Definitely true there. Natalie, what does being a pillar of power mean to you? Not as a title, but as a way of living.
I think the pillar of power, it's a movement. It's not a movie. It's not a documentary. It's a movement. And we're starting this movement. So, I mean, I'm very excited to be part of it, obviously. And it's really a movement towards greatness.
And how would you define that greatness?
It's when you align your mind, your body, your soul, your spirituality, and the 5 pillars, which are money, again, relationships, spirituality, health, mental health. And wait, did I say all of them?
Money, relationships, mental wellness, health, and spirituality.
Exactly. It's what I said. Yeah. When you add all those, this is greatness. And we are doing this movement. We are creating this movement by aligning all of those and are aligning ourselves with our purpose to achieve this greatness.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Tiffany, we have been watching for the last year about the movie and the vision of Pillars of Power coming to life. So how do you see your own work evolving from here?
So much has shifted and changed since I took that divinely guided action of being a yes to Pillars of Power. Doors are opening, new connections, new people, new levels of clarity, confidence, ownership, deeper essence of love. even more compassion for other people. Um, Things that I didn't know that I needed or wanted just became available to me. Very in that space of my life is truly a miracle.
Yes, all of our lives are truly, truly a miracle with everything. Now, I'm going to go into a quick little rapid fire set of questions here. So let's just go ahead and start with Natalie. What is one word that defines powerful leadership to you?
Self, because everything starts with you.
And how does that define leadership, starting with yourself?
Because when you start being true to yourself, you know how to lead correctly. And that's really the key to leadership.
All right, Angela, what's one word that defines powerful leadership to you?
The female. I'm just kidding. I would say self-empowerment. I mean, really, the leadership comes from confidence and self-empowerment, being on that track, and anyone can do it. Anyone can be a leader, but you've got to lead yourself in the right way. And you've got to do that first. And similar to what Natalie said, I mean, it starts with you and your own self-empowerment and confidence.
Absolutely. Absolutely There's a theme going on here. Tiffany, what's one word that defines powerful leadership to you?
Humility.
And how does that help with leadership?
I think when we can be humble and not only allow ourselves to be a front runner, be a leader, but also guide other people to be leaders, raising them up as we are also naturally rising.
Very true. Very true. What's that phrase? All boats rise, high tides rise with others. I don't remember the exact quote, but it's really about lifting yourself up and lifting up others along the way. As we close out this first panel segment here, I'm going to give each of you the floor. What is the message that is on your heart space? And Tiffany, I'm going to start with you.
Well, I just want people to know that when you watch Pillars of Power, you're going to be inspired to take some divinely guided action with the very tangible, practical techniques, exercises, and just ahas that you're going to pick up when you watch this film.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Natalie, you're muted.
Oops, sorry. The message that I want everyone to hear is love yourself. Everything starts with you. And this documentary, it's amazing because we are so many people coming together with our different backgrounds and our different teachings and philosophies. And we're sharing those wisdom for you to love yourself and to achieve greatness.
Beautiful, beautiful. Angela.
I would say my message on my heart is truly to give people the hope and the strength to really follow their intuition. I think a lot of people don't realize that they even have intuition, but watching this movie, I really want their intuition to be triggered and to come alive and to be something that they practice and exercise as if it's like going to the gym and exercising a muscle. Because through the power of intuition, you can achieve anything. You can really hone in to what is deeply inside of you, connect to spirit and connect to God, if that is what you believe, and really know what is right for you as you listen to the 5 pillars and how we discuss them.
Absolutely. Absolutely there. Pillars of Power, we're in post-production. It is coming out. It is one of the most highly anticipated films coming out this year, beginning of next year. Stay tuned. Watch follow us in social media because you're going to be seeing all kinds of amazing and fun things. I do also want to say that Tiffany Cano, she's going to be staying on screen with us here. She is one of our creative producers, and we're going to be bringing up the next couple of people here coming on for the Pillars of Power. We're going to continue the discussion. Angela, I'm going to also invite you to stay on as well if you would like to also be a part. And I'm going to bring up Greg and Antonia and Greg Lee to the stage here, and also Christine Genovese as well. And Christine, I'm going to start with you here to keep the conversation going here. For you, I'm going to start off with the same question I did with the previous panel. What drives your mission, and what impact are you most proud of creating through your work today?
In terms of driving my mission, I want to introduce the world to the power of soul intelligence. And I really want to make the world healthy physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, energetically, pretty much in all ways. And so I think that kind of sums it up.
Perfect. And Antonia and Greg, same question.
Yes, what drives our mission is putting healing into the hands of every single person on the planet so that they know that they can heal themselves, because they need to know that. Not everyone needs to know that. And I think this movie will help them realize that.
And Greg?
Yeah, I think really being able to empower people to step into their genius and to know that they do have a genius, and that genius is what the world really needs right now, for each individual to really be empowered and be full of themselves so that they can take action that's in their best interest. That's going to do it for the world.
Beautiful, beautiful there. I'm going to do another round of questions here for you. And for Christine here, how does the film Pillars of Power reflect your personal philosophy on power, purpose, and leadership?
Well, that's an incredible question. I think it touches on all of them. In terms of the work that we do in the world, when you're trying to help heal people on multiple levels, the pillars relate that we write from mental health, making sure that we're in alignment with our true mission and purpose. And so when we can move those, for me at least, moving the stuck energy within the physical body or the mental, emotional body up and out, it allows us to be more clear and in alignment with our mission, vision, values, and purpose. So it really touches on all of them.
Perfect. Yes, it really, really does. And Greg and Antonia, the same question. How does the film Pillars of Power reflect your personal philosophy on power, purpose, and leadership?
I love that the film was really able to touch into a personal level of power, where really we get to define how we want to be in the world, what actions we want to take, and then be able to do that with spirit and integrity.
Yeah. And being able to be a well-rounded person with all of the different pillars, their equal height, equal importance, making us have this beautiful, well-rounded spirit into the world.
Wow. Truly, wow. There is so much little wisdom and gems in all of the statements that you guys have been sharing. I've invited here to the stage Alicia Magnus Lewis. She has been with me every step of the way since we started from the very beginning, when we were putting the mission and the vision together of what we really wanted to communicate with Pillars of Power. Welcome, Alicia. And she's going to assist and co-host the rest of this panel.
Thank you so much, Donna. And thank you to you all who are part of the Pillars of Power film. I would love to ask you, Antonia and Greg, what would you like individuals to know about the agency that they have in their own life to be able to reflect on what each of the pillars mean to them, to help them figure out how they even think about integrating those pillars into their life as they continue to move down their journey?
the agency is everything. And with the ability to take on all of the pillars of power comes that self-responsibility of being able to say, yes, I will be responsible for my own power in this area. I can take care of myself. I can have my beautiful mental health and all of the different areas that we get to take responsibility and agency in creating.
Yeah, and
Thank you
I
so
love
much.
it.
What about for you, Greg?
Yeah, for me, it's really about being able to look back at your day and see that the actions that you've taken are what define your life. You know, I love the old Vedic saying, I am that. So really being able to be present and be aware of what your actions are and what the effect that they're having in the world.
Wow, that's so good. And Christine, would love to learn from you. So you are the CEO and founder of the Soul Intelligence Method, and the soul is not seen. It's almost like an invisible pillar, but our soul drives our engagement with this world. How is it that you want people, through what you've shared in the pillars of power and the work that you do now, to connect with the aspects of themselves that they cannot see, but are a part of their everyday daily lives, kind of driving how they show up in the world? Christine may be
I don't
frozen
think we
here.
realize.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, did it work? All right. Thanks, Elise. I think, you know, a lot of us have blocks that we don't even know we have that are preventing us from meeting our own expectations or meeting our ability to be the best version of ourselves. And we all have to figure out what those things are within our physical being, our mental, emotional well-being, so that we can get really clear and be in alignment with our true purpose. You know, one of the things that I loved about moving from the corporate world into the work that I get to do in the world today is being able to understand the differences in leadership and how that shows up for people, right? And being our authentic selves. And I think no matter what vocation you have, if you can actually stand in your authenticity and be who you automatically are able to shift things within your own being.
Thank you so much, Christine, for sharing. Angela, would love for you to help frame our next question as someone that is both our participant of the film, you're part of the cast, but also kind of driving the vision of where these films are going with the Los Angeles Tribune. What has that experience been like for you? And what are some questions that you have for Antonia and Greg as your castmates in the film, The Pillars of Power?
I would love to ask Antonia and Greg, how do you see your life changing from being a part of this film, and how you might connect with your audience that work with you already and people that may want to work with you after seeing you in this film? How do you see your business and your career, and how you affect change or help people change?
Yeah, we're ready for a big shift in not being the world's best kept secret anymore. After 3 decades of really working to help people change their lives and to create opportunities, we're really excited to be able to reach out to thousands and millions of people to share what we've learned and really to be able to give back and give forward.
Really putting out a beautiful message to all of the people that they are worth it, that they are exactly where they should be and could be, and that they are perfectly imperfect just the way they are, so that they can move, having that impact for all people to help them feel more full of themselves.
Amazing, amazing. And what would you say to an audience before the movie comes out on how to prepare, and what mindset should they come into the film to watch it and get the most out of it?
Well, here at Self Health Institute with our modality Core Talk Holistic Healing, we're all about the body. So instead of mindset, we say get into your body, feel your body, understand what your body's telling you, and start really tapping into that beautiful inner wisdom and healing that will guide your steps along the way.
I love that answer, Greg.
That's so good.
The body has the answers. Our brain gets a little bit confused sometimes. When we try to figure things out, sometimes we get ourselves in a corner and we can't think our way out of it. But our body knows exactly what direction is best for us. And we just follow those directions and everything's fine.
That's so good. The body has the answers. And it's really a delight to be sitting here with all of you, because we are here at LA Tribune Leadership Week 2025. You all are healers in your own way, in your own right, and you work on different modalities, but at the core of it is that you help people heal along their journeys. And as we think about leadership and what that means, I think oftentimes it can be easier to think about leadership as skill sets that you may have or tactical actions that you may take. But oftentimes people don't talk about healing as part of that leadership journey, of part of what it can reveal to you as a person and how you show up as a leader. So I'd like to start with you, Angela, to talk about healing and what true healing is about and how it can really influence and impact someone in how they lead their own life.
Wow, Alicia, that is so resonating with me right now. My book is actually the amazing Itty Bitty True Healing book, because healing of what people think of is not really, bringing them to a shift, a cellular, emotional, mental, and spiritual shift. When we put a Band-Aid on something or we get surgery, we're not necessarily changing something to grow in the way that can truly heal something. And so I love that you said that. I feel that the biggest kept secret right now from all the successful people in the world is actually they had to heal themselves to get there. And for all of us to be in the arena of healers, today, all of us here, we know that, without a shadow of a doubt, that we've had to work really hard on all of our, shadow parts, our traumas, our what our sensory, body parts are telling us, following our intuition, sort of healing all of those blocks and places of suffering that we have gone through in order to become a strong person in our own lives and to lead and guide ourselves out of maybe a dark place or a place that felt blocked, to now come into a place of leading others. And so if we do it for ourselves, we can do it for others. And those of us that are in this film, I just find it so empowering to come to a place in the film, in the film the whole area of movies and film and documentaries, to be able to gather this many people who have done the work and are doing the work currently to serve others and what they have come to the wisdom of. And so healing to me is the beginning of success. And as the CEO of Angela Kung Acupuncture and Wellness Center, I love the idea of healing people, because I see people really go from broken to thriving.
And so many of us here in the movie, we've all had our own journey of broken, failure, out physical or psychological aches and pains. And I'm wondering, Christine, about your journey. Like, when you think about the mission of Pillars of Power, how does your journey weave into it?
Well, I really look at it as a body of transformation, regardless of which pillar you're focused on, right? So becoming the best version of you. In terms of my own journey, I've had my share of trauma, and we don't have that kind of time to go through it at the moment. Just understanding where you've been and what you want to do with your life, and kind of closing the gap between where you are today and where you want to go, or where you are right now and the best version of you. So for me, I remember, journeying out to Los Angeles to shoot The Pillars of Power and having a pinch me moment, because I had done all the work, I had done all the journaling, I had written my Sacred Soul script, and here I was on my way to film a movie. Like, what? That was in my journal, umpteen years ago. Writing my first book, that was in my journal umpteen years ago. Having a billboard in Times Square, in my journal years ago. So when you start to stand in that moment, when you realize, sometimes I call it my holy shit moment, but like that whole divine pinch me moment, when you're like, I am living the best version of my life. I am embodied. Oh, look at you. I love you. She's like holding my book up. But when you actually close that gap between, what you had envisioned versus where you are, that is one of the most amazing experiences. And so now people are like, so now what? I'm like, exactly. You ought to see what my journal says now. So, but I think we all go on our healing journeys, right? It wasn't easy. And it's interesting. I was actually taking my mom back to her where she summers. She's my snowbird. So she spends a lot of time with me in Florida in the winter. And I just took her back to where she summers, where I kind of, spent my high school years. And it always triggers something in me. So we talk about how far we've come, right? And how much we work through our own trauma. And I had a lot of challenges growing up, just with respect to my dad, who's no longer with us. And just, it brings those things up. So as much as we feel like we've healed, it's this spiral journey, right? And so it gives us another opportunity to go, have you really worked through it all? And so I just think it's a great reminder that we're all working. And when we choose to take our own responsibility and our own accountability for our own healing, we actually can impact the world, right? It's like the butterfly effect. When you heal, you have no idea the amount of ripples you send out, not just in your own family, but to all of the people that are out there, because we're all connected. We're all divinely connected. So I absolutely, like I said, this past year has been truly transformational for me in the biggest and best ways. And a lot of people on the screen have had a big contribution to that. So just acknowledge Alicia and Donna and Tiffany, my fellow healers in the movie, Angela and Antonia and Greg. It was so cool to have this experience with all of you. And I feel very, very blessed to have you in my life.
And I absolutely do too. And every healer in this panel right now are people that I've personally worked with and received from. And I love you all. And I'm really happy that your beautiful essence is woven into this film. Thank you so much.
And I love that these conversations around healing and clearing can happen as we think about the things that you want to attain in your life, relationships in your life, your own journey with your own spirituality, with yourself, your mental wellness, your wellness. Like, healing and clearing is a big part of the conversation. And oftentimes there isn't a lot of space held for it. And I think the Pillars of Power does an amazing job of connecting the healing and the clearing to what you want in your life, to how you actually take action to get it, and painting that picture, that holistic picture of what it really means to achieve in this life at a really, really interconnected level. So, Donna, thank you so much for joining us back again.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. We're going to go around here really quickly because we have more people, more cast members to bring up with the Pillars of Power. But I do want to know, Angela, there are so many different people in the Pillars of Power that excel their greatness. Dr. John Demartini, Marie Diamond, Dr. Joe Vitale, and John Asteroff. They were some of the original cast members in The Secret that came out 20 years ago. How does it feel to be a renowned expert with people who have been doing this for 20 years?
It has that cast. Thank you, Donna. That is such an amazing question, because it hits right into my soul of, oh my gosh, I have done it. Like, sort of this aha moment of, wow, that just raised the bar and raised my frequency, raised my confidence level. I think there are just times in your life where you are blessed with all of the gifts for all the hard work you've put in. And that is one of them for me. I am like in this place, like, thank you so much, God, for this amazing moment, because I get to rub shoulders with these amazing stars, and I'm here and I'm in it to win it. And I'm just so excited to do a lot of things that they have done, meaning like, help others and be at my best so I can do that for others. And I love that I got this opportunity. So what an honor. Thank you.
Thank you for being a part of the film. Tiffany, how does it feel to be a guest expert in the movie with so many different legends?
I feel like it's graduation day. It's like after trudging through all the trials and triumphs and golden things that have happened in my life to then be vibrating in a way that allows me to be in a project with other movers and shakers and ones that were, the pioneers 20 years ago with the movie The Secret. So I'm just lucky and blessed.
All of us are truly lucky and blessed to be in and a part of this film. And for those of you in the audience that might be listening and watching, if this is something that calls to you to be in some of the future documentaries, don't hesitate. Definitely reach out to you because we want to hear from you. Antonia and Greg, what does it feel like to be in a documentary with so many other people such as Sharon Lechter and Sonia Choquette?
So blessed and honored to be in this beautiful company. And it really makes me want to keep moving forward, to keep doing the good work and bringing the healing out into the world.
Yeah, I remember back years ago at an event with Deepak Chopra and Marcy Shimoff and thinking, wow, it's amazing what's happening in the world right now. And now to be part of that, I'm just so grateful to be in the stream of consciousness where this is coming into the world and we get to be a part of this, all these people coming together and being able to have this amazing effect on the world.
Absolutely. And it's really groundbreaking to create this change in the world, especially in the time frames that we are today. Christine, what about your excitement about being in this, I'm going to say award-winning, groundbreaking documentary?
It's truly, a dream come true. Like I said, being able to write some of your dreams and then to be living your dreams and then to do it alongside some of people I've admired for years and to have the opportunities that have opened up, getting to know Dr. Joe Vitale a little bit, not only through the film, but through a mastermind, and to have that opportunity and support has been absolutely thrilling. And to be, side by side, to use the word, those pioneers or those legends from The Secret, that book changed my life, right? That book really I think was one of the first things that started to get the masses to really open up and to awaken and to understand, how you might change your reality and live your best life. And it's funny because when I shared with my mom, I'm like, don't you remember The Secret? My mother's an avid reader. So I took the book off my shelf and I gave it to her. And so she has been starting to use The Secret as a way to try and help heal a physical ailment that she's had for a while, in addition to all the energy work that I share with her as well. So it's had a profound effect on me. So to be a part of a film with legendary transformational healers, amongst today's best transformational healers, like these incredible people on this panel that you're talking to, just beyond anything I could have imagined.
Yes, it truly, truly is. And it has been life-changing for myself as well. As we switch over to the rest of our cast members, Alicia, you have been there from the beginning. You have done like every film shoot with me. You have traveled the world. Share with us some of your experiences and excitement for this film, Pillars of Power and the people that you have met along the way.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. And it's such been a delight, Donna, to travel around the world with you filming. I think, in every segment that we filmed, there's been a moment where I got like a goosebump feeling of like, wow, that's going to shift something for somebody. And I think when you think about what the Pillars of Power has set out to do, it came up in the panel previously from Natalie, that it is a movement. It is about giving people permission to connect with themselves. And that's going to look different for everybody. And so I think like there are so many people that are a part of the film that have had so many different experiences, but we explore the friction in those experiences to figure out what shifted people so that people can have an awareness of what can shift within themselves. And so I'm very excited. We've heard from my cast here with Dr. Joe Vitale, with Sharon Lecter. There have been so many insights shared, but I think it goes back to allowing people that space and grace to understand that everyone's on their unique journey, but there are perspectives that you can learn about, but it goes back to you to figure out what you want to do about it. And so I'm excited to be a part of this movement called the Pillars of Power, because I think it's really just going to enrich people's everyday experiences with themselves. And we can't define what that looks like for them, but we can help guide them through perspective. So it's a delight.
Yes. Absolutely here. So thank you everybody for being here. I'm going to bring up a few more people here that are in the Pillars of Power cast. So thank you, Christine and Antonia. I'm going to bring up Misty Kerrigan, Amanda Slade. Thank you, Tiffany and Angela and Alicia Das. Welcome. And Cynthia Clark. So thank you. We are rounding out our Pillars of Power cast. Misty, share with us your excitement for Pillars of Power.
I am like, remember when you were little and before a major holiday, whatever that might look like for you? For me, it was Christmas, that whole Christmas morning and waking up and having that. So the Pillars of Power has been in a long time coming. I remember when The Secret first came out and how it just shifted my life. I've been working in the field about 7 years, working with kids and teens and at-risk youth and foster youth. And having seen The Secret just gave so much hope. And where I always felt a gap was, but yes, manifesting is great, but where do you start? What do you do? Like I'm always like the kid that tore apart the toy to learn how it worked. Like, what do I do every day? What are some applicable lessons that we could teach and train people? And I think that's where the Pillars of Power is just that next level, because everyone in the movie has a strategy, has a routine, has a tool, something very specific that helped them get to the level of success that they're at. And they are dropping those nuggets. They are dropping their secrets. They are sharing it in this movie. I got to be on location a few times and hear what people are sharing. And I'm like, oh my gosh, price of admission, or just that one tip alone, or that one strategy alone is going to, like Alicia said, shift somebody. It's going to shift somebody. So this is a movie you watch. I really believe this is a movie you pause. It's not so much watching it and getting it, it's pausing it and applying it.
So very true. Pausing and applying it. Absolutely. Cynthia, your excitement for Pillars of Power.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited about Pillars of Power. I think it is time for really good documentaries to be out there. I think the audience and the world is craving amazing, great information. And now is the time, because we're in the time of ascension. So we need to step up and be present. And the Pillars of Power is going to help everybody on their ascension path. And that's why I'm so thrilled that it's coming out and I get to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Alicia Das, welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here. I so love all of you that I've met, and I can't wait to meet more. It's been such a privilege.
And what's your excitement for Pillars of Power?
My excitement is that it's holistic. It addresses, it's 5 pillars. So we're not just trying to live, from the 7th chakra up. We are addressing health and well-being and mindset and spirituality in a way that is pragmatic and accessible. And I love that we're also adding to manifesting, which is no longer a secret, the aspect of the highest good. Yes, I want what I want, but what is right for the collective, for the we, not just the me? What will assist peace to prevail in these challenging times?
Very, very true. Peace to prevail. And that right there is a mic drop in itself. Amanda, your excitement for Pillars of Power.
Well, I'm going to echo what Misty said. You know, I love The Secret, but I felt like there was something missing. So I'm super excited about Pillars of Power because it takes it to a whole nother level. And just like what Alicia said, you know, it's really bringing in all aspects, holistic aspects of life and how to create what we want in our life, and knowing that we have the power within us to do that, especially amid this challenging and chaos and changing times that we're in. You're able to really powerfully move forward.
Yes, absolutely. There, powerfully move forward. And it reminds me, Alicia, I'm going to come back to you just for a moment. When we were filming for the Pillars of Power, it was right at the time of the Los Angeles fires, and yet it had an impact for you. So what I want to ask is, from before that event happened to after that event happening, how have you shifted and changed, truly stepping into your authentic power to step up and film?
I so appreciate you asking that, Donna, because it is very much still affecting us. In the Palisades, as you know, we filmed Pillars of Power in my beautiful studio, which is gone. And not forever, for now. How has it changed me? When you walk through something like that, when you lose everything, and by the way, that's the third time in my life I've lost everything, you realize that everything is not lost, because who we are always endures. The love that is truly who I am, and my soul and my children's souls, my husband's, my family's, we're all fine. Yes, we're shaking, but when you go through those moments, you realize how indomitable the human spirit is. Right? So I'm vulnerable still. I'm still dealing with it. And yet there is a level of spiritual strength that came with this that I didn't have before. I think it burned away what needed to be burned so that that which is beautiful, new, and innocent can arise. And lastly, I really have felt my city and even the world wrap its arms around us. We really are one. It brings us into a oneness again so that we can come into that Aquarian age, the collective, and move beyond ourselves into the one self.
It truly, truly is about that oneness. And I know, Alicia Magnus Lewis, you were there for part of it as well in the filming, and we were doing some podcast interviews and some producer interviews. What kinds of questions do you have for our Pillars of Power cast?
Yeah, I'm curious because, as people always want to learn what can I do? What can I do? They want to write down what they can do. And I think the other side of that is what can be released, right? So that you can just create space for what is to come, maybe not knowing what it is. And so I'm kind of curious, starting with you, Cynthia, what is a friction point that you experience in your life that encouraged you to release a part of you that maybe you didn't expect, but allowed you to evolve to where you are right now?
Well, I've had many challenges over the years. Recently, I have been releasing trauma from some of my past lives. And I had one that came up recently that it was from a time in Atlantis, and I needed to release a trauma that I experienced of being killed. And I'm not kidding you. As soon as I did that, I felt like I was a new person, and so many doors are opening up. And it just made me realize how we are so multidimensional and so interdimensional. And it's amazing how one little thing can just change your life so quickly. So I'm all about, yeah, let's heal this stuff. And we don't even need to know all the details necessarily, but just being aware that we are more than what we think we are, that I think is a big key.
Yeah, Amanda, I see you nodding your head. Oh, what are your thoughts on that and that question?
I totally get that one. Literally, my soul got me fired from corporate. And this was back in 1997. I had already started on an energetic healing journey. And I found that what I was doing in corporate, living by all the shoulds, climbing the corporate ladder, I was a VP of sales and marketing. So I looked really successful on the outside, but on the inside, I felt like crap. And it was really about going on a journey to heal what no longer served me. And that included, like what Cynthia just brought in, past lives, bleed throughs coming through, lineage encodings, conditioning and programming, codependency. So all of that was really to be released so that I could find out the brilliance of who I truly am and own it and then move forward with it.
What about you, Misty? What are some of the things that you've found that you've, along your journey, released to show you a different part of who you are now?
I am new. I am new to the past lives and new to the, I love the awakening, or where everything's aligning, or where we are now and where we're going to be. But I've been studying psychology for, I would say, 40 plus years now. I always joke that my grandma was a bartender, so I've been psychology since I was born. But ever since I started working with Donna, I mean, even crazy things like going out whale hunting and seeing the most whales I've seen in my whole life because of an energy vibration. So what I had to learn a few years ago was, I don't know what I think I know. I know that sounds funny if it makes sense, but I don't know what I think I know. So I love the pillars of power, because what it does, if you're in corporate, you're going to get something from this movie. If you're healing from a past life, or lives plural, this movie is really going to resonate with you, because there's so many different experts in each genre that come in, that it helps you just take that step back. And I think anyone could watch this movie and go, oh my God, I'm not alone. I'm not alone in what I'm feeling. Like if I'm feeling stuck or lost, or if I'm feeling the world can be more, or that we're on the precipice of something, of some sort of change. And one of my biggest joys, especially from this movie, is these new generations, our Gen Zs and our Alphas coming up, is they're already in a higher vibration tune, I think, than a lot of people even will understand. So I don't know if it's divine timing, as Donna would say, or if it's great coming in because scientifically it's going to all align, or as some of you know, it's all the same. But I love the quote of, and Donna, please help me with it, because I know it's your quote that you have, but what's the one about the future of medicine is vibration?
Yes, it is actually a quote from Albert Einstein. The future of all medicine is the medicine of frequency, vibration, and energy.
In Einstein's time, the future is frequency. And so this is the sort of stuff that we're starting to get to open up and look into. And I have the pleasure of getting to talk with, if not all, of the cast members. And I think it's one of those documentaries, and I'm so glad that Cynthia said it. It's one of those documentaries that have been waiting to come out at the perfect time, because we are ready. We are ready to get this education, and everyone could take their lives to that next level and or vibration.
And that is so incredibly true there. And I'm going to keep with the theme of vibration and energy and frequency just for a moment. And Alicia Das, we're going to go to you here first. If the audience could take away one frequency or feeling from your part in the film, what do you hope that is?
That they each know truly, beyond a shadow of a doubt, beyond the mind's questioning and the emotions roller coaster and the unconscious woundings, that they are born the beloved of God, that they are divine, that they are a spark of light, that they are eternal, that they are the presence of love itself, and that we love them. And the frequency of the film, my fondest wish is that it would just reach out and wrap its arms around them, that they could know that in their most silent and difficult moments, that which is truly love is healing them, is speaking to them, and is bringing them into an impossible future beyond what they could completely, truly imagine with their mind, that it brings them into infinite possibilities. Yes, certainly outwardly, but as a reflection of really knowing that they are that diamond self, that they are truly divine.
That you are truly divine. Beautifully, beautifully spoken there. Cynthia Clark, same question. If the audience could take away one frequency or feeling from your part in the film, what would it be?
Yeah, I totally agree with Alicia on that, that we are divine beings of light and we do hold that infinite potential. So pillars of power being about empowerment, I would want them to take that word away from the film and recognizing that they're divine beings of light, that they can be empowered and that they can empower themselves to step into the greatness in all of those 5 pillars that are going to be talked about in the film. And they can live the life that they're meant to live. They can co-create their infinite potential and really what their soul is destined for. And ultimately, it is a pathway that is unique to them and only them. So that is what I hope people take away.
I love it. Amanda Slade, what frequency or feeling do you hope people will take away from your part in the film?
I hope they take away that they are love and that it is about connecting to who they truly are, that soul's essence, which is that brilliant diamond self that they are, that light and love that they are, the infiniteness that they are, and that they know that they're not just this physical body. They're not their physical circumstances or conditions or whatever is going on in the world. They have the power and they have a conscious choice to co-create something different in their life if they don't like what's in their life. And that they feel that empowerment, they feel that joy, they feel that love, that they can thrive and be prosperous no matter what and no matter whom is in their life. They have the power and they know, their soul knows what is there for them and what is possible for them.
What is possible for them? Misty Kerrigan, what do you hope people will take away?
I want them to take away the things we believe to be true, we create. The moments, the days, the years, our memories, and what's going to happen in our future is, as Amanda just said, we are co-creators. The world doesn't happen to us. The world doesn't happen for us. The world happens with us.
Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Alicia Magnus Lewis.
Yes, Donna, I'm curious, right? We just heard what some of our cast members, what, they would like people to take from their segments. I'm kind of curious, Donna, as the director of this film, what is it that you want people to be open to or receptive of going into watching the film?
That's a really great question because that just gives me like 50 things I want to share, what I want everyone to take away from it. But really that it's possible. It's all possible that you are worthy. And there's an actual phrase, believe For with God, all things are possible. God is that divine frequency to me, that frequency of love, that frequency of energy. And all things are always possible. That is the end of the sentence, not because I'm worthy, because I'm enough, because I did 42 things before breakfast this morning. It's the end of the sentence. That it's all possible. And each and every person has that innate ability inside of themselves. So it's possible for you too. In the words of Dr. Joe Vitale, he always says, expect miracles. And those miracles are that realm of possibility.
That's so good.
Absolutely, absolutely there. Misty, you were like nodding and going. So what do you want to say to that?
There's so much if you turn on the news, if you for me, I TikTok, or if I'm on my social media. But the one thing I really love is the Los Angeles Tribune, and the understanding that there's more out there and people need to know. There's more out there and people need to know about it. Yes, it's nice to hear about what happened yesterday in reports, but I'm more concerned with and excited for what am I doing now for tomorrow? And I think that the healers in the movie and the experts in the movie and the headliners in the movie, that there is this alignment. There's this alignment to all of us just being excited in these turbulent times, excited with, even if there's devastating sadness and fires, but just excited to know that there's more for people, there's more for individuals. And a lot of, I want, if I have time for a question for everyone, I would love to know is what sparked you on your journey? Was it a song, a book? What got you from where you were to wanting to share your message with the world? And I would love to start with Amanda.
I didn't want to have to come back and do this all over again. Meaning that I was so steeped in codependency, rejection, abandonment issues. My life wasn't working. Again, it looked great on the outside, but on the inside, it felt like crap. And the thing that propelled me forward was, okay, you're telling me I can heal this. And if I can heal this energetically, if I can complete this energetic cycle, then when I come back, I don't have to repeat what I'm going through. So that is what propelled me forward every single day. And I did some intensive energetic healing work for about 2, 3, 4 years. And then through that was downloaded the Diamond Co-Creative System, which is a modality that I developed and teach. And it's all about vibrations, right? So I was like, I do not want to be in this fear-based, sad, depressed vibration. I want to move into a place of love and joy and feel like I'm thriving, but not from just the outside. I want to feel it inside. So there's harmony within and outside of myself.
Oh, Amanda, I love that. And thank you for sharing. Cynthia, what propelled you forward on your journey?
Well, I had a really profound deja vu experience at a library when I picked up my very first book on palmistry. And that led me to a rabbit hole of discovering myself. And it was at such a very deep level. I had no idea that I was about to discover the deepest parts of my soul, my personality, my free will, all the different aspects that your hands reveal, your subconscious influences. And it just put me on a pathway of personal growth. And I am so grateful that I had the opportunity to actually go to the library and follow my intuition. And I had no idea what was happening, but I had such a familiarity with it. It just pushed me into that realm. And I was literally put squarely on that path. And I have never looked back since. So I'm so grateful that it happened that way. It was truly remarkable, and divine, of course, was guiding me the entire way.
I love how you went from a book in a library to one of the top world-renowned people with hand readings. So that what an amazing journey. And I think there's a little bit of that in the movie, the story behind it. And
Yeah, for sure.
last, but the question to Dr. Alicia, I've seen the word that always comes to me with you is resilience. That if someone pushes you one step back, you're coming 2 steps forward. It's not the old saying 1 step forward, 2 steps back. It's like, oh, try me. The word for it is step around and find out. And I think that you are just a immensely bright spirit. No matter what the circumstances are around you, you're just pushing forward and onward and bringing others with you. So where does that come from? Where does that amazing brightness shine even in the darkest of times?
This is why we all love Misty. That's such a beautiful, and all of you, but such a beautiful question. I think humans are so brave just to be here on this level. My book is Your Archangelic Ancestry. And I think it was in some way so much easier when we were all, had wings and were praising God, whom we never forgot. So I think that we're all resilient. What makes me keep moving forward is indomitable, incorrigible, unreasonable faith against all odds. I have had a lot of we could look at it. It could be very funny, the challenges. And even right now, I'm in my 4th or 5th Airbnb in 3 or 4 months, and none of the lighting I'm like, the light worked just at the last Airbnb. It doesn't work. So I have lamps around me. I wish you could see my actual background, right? But it's just, none of it matters. What matters is that we keep going forward with faith. It may be faith in God. It may be faith in the universe. It may be faith that it's going to get better around the bend, that the best is yet to come. The best is yet to come because we are ever evolving together, my sisters and brothers. And so what keeps me moving forward? It's just this stubborn optimism. Because I love people. And that love is reflected to me by each of you on this panel and each of you listening. So really, it's love that keeps me going forward.
So beautiful. So beautiful. As we close out this powerful segment on the pillars of power, I would like you all, as your closing remarks, to actually ask our audience, our community that has joined us from all around the world, a question that you want them to reflect on as they've heard so much from so many people in the film and our other guests today. But what is a question that you would want to ask our audience that you encourage them to just think about and to reflect on as they go into their next day, their next week? And I'd love to start with you, Misty, and then Amanda, Alicia, and Cynthia.
This is perfect timing, and I'll go fast because I'm so excited for the next speaker. And this question really comes from being inspired and motivated by Jagadish, who's coming up next. And that's, are you open? Are you open to hear miracles in everyday life? Who's next?
Amanda next.
Okay, I'm going to go off of that one. So are you open to receive soul-aligned possibilities and solutions? Do you believe in yourself and love yourself enough that you're being open to receiving that and receive what the universe has for you that's already planned by your soul and the divine?
My loves, what is one microscopic action that you will take today to move you forward on your soul's purpose?
Wow. Cynthia, one question.
What are you co-creating right now in this moment? Because you are a co-creator of every moment of every day of every second of your life.
Beautiful, beautiful. All the questions to take and reflect moving forward as Pillars of Power comes out. Thank you, everybody, for being here today. Of course, it's part of the cast of Pillars of Power. And we have another special guest that we are going to be bringing up here, who is actually one of our headliners with the Pillars of Power, Alicia.
Thank you so much, Donna. What a delight that was to hear from the cast of Pillars of Power. And throughout Leadership Week for this entire 8-day series, individuals have been hearing from different headliners and cast members in the film. It is a pleasure to bring our next guest to join us in today's conversation. His name is Jagadish Paramahansa. He's a spiritual prodigy who experienced enlightenment at just 3 years old, and he's a globally recognized master healer with over 6 years of spiritual mastery. Jagadish is an esteemed master of sacred transmission since the 1980s. He has worked with presidents of nations, Fortune 100 companies and their executives, A-list celebrities and their families, spiritual masters and their students, facilitating profound healing and lasting transformation through advanced karma cleansing. His sacred mission is to guide seekers towards their divine essence through the transformative sacred power of divine love bliss consciousness. So it is such a delight to bring our guest, Jagadish, to join us. And we are also going to be joined by Mo Rock for this powerful conversation with Jagadish today. Hello.
Well, it's so exciting for me to spend some time with the two of you, Donna, Alicia, as well as Jagadish. For me, it's really a pleasure and privilege. I'm excited to spend some time here and learn. I consider myself a student of the work that Jagadish offers to the world. And I see the impact that he's made on you, Alicia. I see the impact that he's made on you, Donna, in terms of just the power of his work for our lives in the realm of leadership. I think that peace of mind is so important. And in my opinion, Jagadish helps people achieve peace of mind, among other things. But that's so important to live a life if you don't have peace of mind. And I consider Jagadish a friend, and he's a big supporter of the work that we do. And Jagadish, it's very nice to see you.
Very good. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah.
We can hear you fantastic. And so I want to start off, Jagadish, by asking you about peace of mind. You know, tying it back a little bit to the movie, one of the pillars is peace of mind. One of the pillars is the mental pillar, which I interpret as peace of mind. And I don't think a person can be a good leader if they don't have peace of mind. That's my opinion. And so I'm curious what if I were to ask you, Jagadish, explain what peace of mind looks like. I'm curious how you even see peace of mind, because it's not like asking someone to look at a tree or look at a car or look at a physical, tangible thing, right? When I say peace of mind, 100 different people listening might have 100 different versions of that psychologically for themselves. I'm very curious what peace of mind means from your perspective, Jagadish.
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Peace of mind, in a way, means that we become selfless. If we can become selfless and virtuous, virtue is the foundation of everything. But if we can become selfless, then we're going to gain a lot more peace of mind just from that alone. And that's why leadership, heart-centered entrepreneurship, all these different things are fulfilled through selfless service. And that's obviously a main component of what you're doing in your life, and Donna and Alicia, of course, and the others in the LA Tribune are doing. So that alone gives us great peace of mind. The other thing is switching our identity to a more truer identity of who and what we are. So that will give us a lot of peace of mind. And later I'd like to divide that into different levels of consciousness or conscious awareness and talk about that at some point within this interview. So peace of mind when you no longer accept the chatter, within your mind, the self-dialogue, the discursive thoughts, propelled by discursive emotions and things like that. When you start to realize that that's not who and what you are, and therefore you don't feed it anymore. And now this is delicate because it takes discernment for these things to happen, you know. There's that still small voice within us that many people have been talking about throughout this leadership symposium. And so, so these are some of the things. If you're virtuous, you'll have more peace of mind. And then besides all of that, what work are we going to do for that goal? So are we going to participate in deep meditation practices? Are we going to go to the experts for that? And therefore, whenever you work with experts in their field, you're going to have much more dynamic shift and transformation and education also as well. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of different directions that we can take that, because you when you speak, there's so much wisdom in each sentence. Each sentence can be in a subject matter of its own. We could take it anywhere. But that, I think that painted a pretty clear picture about what peace of mind not only is, but different paths to obtain peace of mind. Because and I think this is really important. I do want to stay here for a couple more minutes because I know that there's a lot of people that don't have peace of mind.
Mm.
And that clogs their ability to function, to live. You can sense it sometimes with people, right? Like you can sense maybe a tension with certain individuals or a frustration that people might have in life. You know, one of the things that we've spoken a lot about on this platform over the years is the ability to reconstruct the inner story that we each have toward our lives. And a lot of times, Jagadish, I see people that are sort of stuck in a victim mode, or they're replaying maybe the things that happen in their lives that are wrong, right? Or injustices that occurred, or things along that, and they can never get out of that, or it becomes like a burden in their life. Can you speak on how to help the individuals that have what I call a victim mentality, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that have a victim mentality through life, which impacts their peace of mind.
Yeah.
Can you help some of the people there?
Yeah, let me speak on this because this is crucial. This is a very good point to bring across for people, is that in the we have to come to a point of high self-esteem at some point in our lives. And it's our past traumas and whatever else is all wrapped around all of that that keep us stuck and keep us in the loops of remembering all the past, things that have happened to us, the challenges, and even worse, right? And so for the people who are restructuring, and there's many ways, there's many experts here who know how to restructure the mind and different things. But part of what goes on is that in the restructuring, we can miss cleaning up the shadow side of ourselves. All that stuff in restructuring, that can only go so deep. If it's on a mental level, that's limited. It can only go so deep. And so we need to do depth psychology, Jungian shadow work. One thing that I really suggest to everyone is to learn what the ego defense mechanisms are. Because when you, and not to judge others with, but to work on ourselves. Like what am I denying and projecting onto others, and how much suffering that causes? And we don't want to suffer. We don't want to suffer ourselves, and we don't want to cause other people to suffer. And if we do, we need to go deep into that and pull all of that out by the root, so that it doesn't arise within us anymore. We can get to those points of doing those things, and so. So that's what I would say about that, is do the study and do the work necessary so that you could be really clean and clear. And then if you do that, you can kind of skip the restructuring of your mind if you want to, and go to the absolute truth. So we don't need the intermediarity or processes unless we, they're helpful and they're wonderful. But if we go straight to our absolute truest reality, which is absolute, it's eternal, it's no longer, that's a whole nother day of talking about that. But if we could realize our truest nature on a firm foundation of self-acceptance, and all the processes we need to come to that place of alleviating the human suffering that we've gone through, then we can realize the transcendent. We could realize the absolute nature beyond the mind. It's inconceivable to the mind. And so this is a pathway to go beyond the mind into an absolute truth that the mind doesn't conceive of, yet which is totally experienceable, as we know from thousands of people around the world. So,
when I heard you share the words you just shared, I couldn't help but think about the term self-transcendence. It's a term I don't fully understand. I mean, I conceptually can understand it. Sometimes I think I get it. Sometimes I think I don't get it. It's a pretty deep thing to kind of wrap your head around.
Are you inviting me to go into this right now?
Well, I'm just sharing naturally what I was hearing.
No, I'm ready to go into this because it could be very helpful for people.
Okay. Well,
Please.
I would love to take it there. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
If I may, real quick, Jagadish, and I know your work is very much your work. I mean, that's something that was very clear to me when you and I spoke the few times that we have in the past. You're not influenced by other things that have been floating around. It's really you naturally having your work that you're sharing with the world. It's very original. It's you. But separate from that point, in the hierarchy of needs, which a lot of people are taught in school, Maslow's work, self-actualization, right? The concept of that at the top of the pyramid. What a lot of people don't know is that when Maslow was on his deathbed, at the last parts of his life, he had discovered, and the work was not promoted as much as his earlier work, but he discovered that there's actually something above what is taught in schools, and he called it self-transcendence.
Okay.
Right? And so when I'm hearing you speak, it's reminding me of that little known fact about Maslow's work. And I just wanted to throw that out there because I know a lot of people watching are also very much, there's left brain, right brain people. There's a lot of people buy the book. And so I want to make sure that we're enrolling everyone watching, including the trained psychologists, etc. But with that being said, I'd like to pass the floor back to you.
Okay, great. Okay, wonderful. Because I've studied humanistic transpersonal psychology. I have a graduate degree. And I was always, since I had a background already of Eastern psychology and Eastern spiritual path and view, I glided through my bachelor's and master's degree by being a student teacher during all of my classes, because this is where it comes from, is really the Eastern psychology. So Maslow did come up with that thing, and in the Western world, this map fits very, very well. In India, in Greater India, this map does not work. It's a different psyche that the Asian people have, actually, I mean, these days in the modern world. But anyway, for the Western mind, then that top part of self-actualization is self-actualization of the small self. The small self is the transpersonal self, which includes being a human being, but it also includes being a soul, having our soul, which is something that is cross-generational, and it crosses over into past lives, present lives, future lives, astral lives, where we go when the body drops off, and we go into the intermediary regions, whether they're heavenly realms or whatever our lifetime brings us to. So self-actualization is still relative reality, which is impermanent. It fluctuates and everything. It's actually illusory. So remember when Fab was talking about how illusory the whole, stardom is and all of that? We'll take that to another level and we'll say that this whole world and our own individuality is illusory. It's illusory because if you realize absolute reality, eternal absolute reality, then you will understand that many things, and things that I can't talk about now, that I would talk later about. But we come to the point of realizing absolute goodness permanently all the time. It's a divine absolute. Absolute. So that's self-transcendence. It's the transcendence of the small self into realizing our more actual self, our truest nature, as being divine, right? So that's one of the aspects of that. So it's a higher level of understanding the illusory nature of relative reality itself, including all the cosmos. These are all temporary. See how our life goes by so fast. And then the body drops and not many people know what happens afterwards. There are spiritual traditions that know exactly what happens afterwards, and they know how to manipulate all of those things to be reborn in certain places on the world again. And again, that would take time to explain all of that, how that works, and the examples of such people who are still alive on this planet, who came from different lifetimes into a new lifetime. And there's a thread of their personality that comes through. It was very, very interesting. So the Eastern traditions, they have the science of all of this, the science of what relative reality is, and about how there's two quantum fields. The quantum field of relative reality that's made up of qualities. We can also say it's made up of forms. We want to, even subtle forms from the astral realms. And then the quantum field of absolute reality is the eternal backdrop of everything. It's the screen that the movie is played on. It's the screen that never goes away. It's always there. But that screen is made up of divine love, bliss, consciousness. Absolute, eternal, full and ever dynamic, actually. So.
I don't really have anything I can say right now. I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Donna, do you have something you'd like to chime in while I try to process?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, Harry Jagadish. It's a pleasure. I know a lot of people in the spiritual and the healing space often talk about transformation and transmutation. But what you offer in a lot of your work is transmission. Now, I've been to some of your Divine Light transmissions in the past, and it's more, from my experience, maybe other people have other experiences, it was like holding up a mirror through the transmission. Can you share with us how a transmission is different than maybe transformation or transmutation?
Well, the transmission is the divine light of God, or the divine light of transcendental purity and awareness and intelligence. It's divine intelligence is transmitted and infused into the participants. So that alone will cause a transmutation of the energy fields within the individuals who are participating. Transmutation occurs that way, and it just keeps going deeper and deeper. So transmission is a way of bringing in the sacred energy. Now, this is the absolute level, the absolute reality of energy being infused into the relative reality of our existence here, the dualistic existence. And it's being fused, so it's uplifting and causing transformation for everyone who's participating. As it goes deeper and deeper, it's actually transmuting the cells and the DNA, purifying, getting ready to hold those energies longer and holding more and more capacity to hold more and more of that energy. And in doing that, as many participants that participate in this work, and that's why this is a great question too, is the more we're infusing the collective. There is a collective, Jung talked about this all the time, the collective that needs to be infused with all of this. And this is why all the people, whether you're a monk or a Swami, Babaji, or a priest, or a normal human being, if you do intensive spiritual practice, you're doing work that's allowing everyone else in the collective to be uplifted by that. So there are many monks who will not interact with reality. I've been in retreat, solo retreat here in my house for the last 8 years. This is going on the 9th year that I'm doing this. And I'm coming out a little bit by being involved here, but I know directly that by doing this, it's infusing the collective. And then there's times when people like me and others will come out into the public as well and interact, and do things. So the transmission brings through the sacred energy for lasting transformation. And you involve yourself long enough and deep enough, then transmutation will occur. Like that.
So the transmission is really the sweet spot, or the place to be in that energy, that frequency, to allow the absolute, that divine, that divinity to come in through you. And that is the catalyst for transmutation and transformation.
Yeah,
correct?
lasting transformation, exactly. Yeah, and actually much more, because transformation are just signals of what's going on. Transmutation is evolving along the journey, more powerfully, more directly. And the end goal, even though it's within a selfless context, the end goal is realizing divine love bliss as who and what you actually are, and the relief of 97% of your personal suffering evaporates at that point of actual liberation, actual enlightenment. And that's a worthwhile goal. And if we talk about goals in life, then there's different levels of consciousness that will dictate certain kind of goals for us, depending on how much we're involved in the lens of these different consciousnesses. And as we go up in consciousness from animal, human, transpersonal, soul consciousness to self-transcendence, like Mo was talking about, to God consciousness. There's these different levels of consciousness. Each opens the mind that much more. And I love what some of the people were talking about. And I've seen quite a number on here, so I don't remember the names right now. It would take time to recollect the names. But the mind seems unlimited, but it's actually limited. Just like the material universes, including the astral realms. But if you just take the universes and galaxies and whatever they all are, it seems like they're unlimited, but they're actually limited. But the spiritual, transcendent to the mind, directly experienceable and tangible and pragmatic, when you're at this level, it's all pragmatic. That is even more unlimited in our experience, in our wisdom, in our establishment of peace, unshakable peace, in our establishment of the self-empowerment becomes divine empowerment. And what are the goals of this? Is you don't need to come back to this earth type of realm anymore. Especially if you realize how much suffering is going on. I mean, there's great beauty and happiness everywhere, but there's also lots of suffering. Imagine being out of this body and being, our consciousness can go out of our body. Many people do that as a practice, actually, where you go out of your body. And when you go out of your body clearly and with conscious volition, and you're able, you know that you're not your physical body at that point. So that's very helpful on the spiritual path, to have the direct experience that you're not your physical body and you're not your brain. So you're not that, because your consciousness is completely away and independent. So you know when you pass away, there's no more fear, because you know that you're living this experience, but you are not this experience. Anyway.
Jagadish, there's so much that you have shared today that I think is encouraging our audience to reflect a lot. We've talked about kind of the spiritual path and the evolution. I'm curious, people will often ask the question, they get to a point along their journey where they ask the question, what am I meant to do? Who am I meant to be? Why am I here? What is my purpose? As we think about divine love, bliss, consciousness, and we think about this question that inevitably people get to along their journey, what is it that you would want to leave people with as a way to start kind of really addressing that question along that path? Because we know there are so many levels, and you kind of alluded to some of them just a little bit ago.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if you understand what I've been talking about, and you might want to re-look at this several times or something like that, then what we'll understand is that every single being, human being, animal, plant, etc., that every being and everyone's sole purpose is the same. It's exactly the same. Well, wait a minute. It's not exactly the same. There's two parts to it. So every soul, I don't know how this really works, but I mean, to explain it would be something else right now. But every soul wants to realize the divine love, bliss, consciousness of true absolute nature, the primordial ground of all being that is not temporary. No ups and downs, no temporality to it whatsoever. Everyone's, so let me just bring it back home to people, right? Everyone's sole purpose is to realize their truest nature as the drop of the ocean of God, pure spiritual substance that's made of divine love bliss. That's what it's made of. And the secondary goal for those who are brought to the path that leads to it is to fully realize our own true nature, which is the same as everyone else's true nature. And this is the reason why there's no separateness between me and you. There's actually no separateness at all, to the extent that no one exists, actually. This is something else. But then the secondary calling, and this first calling, very few make it to the first calling. So it takes a lot of dedication. And it takes right knowledge, right pathway, how to get there. Yet it's intrinsic to us. So that's another story. It's intrinsic to us, and therefore it's unique for everybody in certain ways. It's, of course, totally unique for everyone as they go along this path. So the second one is when one fully realizes oneself and realizes the quantum field of God nature that's everywhere, then one can be focused towards realizing what and who God is. And if you do that long enough, God will reveal its qualities to you. Now, this takes decades and decades, if not lifetimes. If I was born into this world having enlightenment, direct enlightenment at 3.5 years old, then I've done a lot of groundwork already to be able to go where I've done. But you take whatever arises, right, from our past life accomplishments, and we take them and we dive deeper and deeper into them. So we travel evolve more and more and more. And the evolution keeps going, because when we evolve so high that we can't maintain a physical body anymore, for whatever reasons, then we keep going in the intermediary realms. So it's doable. Under the right guidance, it's doable.
I mean, Jagadish, you teach so much. You host Divine Light transmissions every Tuesday, as you know, going back to what Mo opened up this segment with, that so many people are looking for peace, and what does peace even look like? But you hold space for people to get more glimpses or feel more experiences of peace through your weekly Divine Light transmissions that you host. And I know that people can learn more about them at divinelovebliss.com. I know that there are so many themes and concepts that we've talked about today that can be quite complex, but through your work, you're really helping to people understand who they are and understand kind of the evolutions of the soul. And so, you know, there's so much to unpack here with your work. And for those of you that are tuning in, you can learn more about Jagadish's work at divinelovebliss.com.
With hyphens.
With hyphens, yes. Divine-love-bliss.com. Jagadish, what a powerful segment. As we kind of think about the conversation that we've had today, what have you not shared yet with our audience that you'd really like to leave them with here today?
Okay. Oh boy. And thank you for staying on, Donna and Mo, and of course, Alicia. And thank all of you, of course, who are listening and will listen to in the future. Is, you know, we are embodied in a human body and we're living our lives. So we have to start where we're at, and we have to start with this great self-acceptance. We have to nurture whatever level of consciousness we're at, nurture it, work with it, but be open enough and dedicated with our prayers and our intentions to realize absolute truth, absolute true nature, and absolute divine love, which is the step even beyond unconditional love, is divine love. To that, those of you who are interested in that, then it's your own prayers and dedication, and then the footwork that you do afterwards to be involved in these things and learn about them and taste the experiences. So really, self-acceptance. Before we can love others or love God, we have to love ourselves. So this is all the inner work that is temporary work. It only takes so many months or a few years to dive into and work on, in concert with the spiritual things that one can do. And to realize, to start discerning, have a discerning nature, to realize that there are superficial spiritualities that are going on, and that as long as one stays superficial in life, it won't tap into the shadow side, because once it breaks through the superficiality of things that we might be doing, which are good, beneficial things, but they're superficial, then the shadow comes out in all its fury. And when that happens, it just creates lots of suffering all over the place, And none of us as human beings, none of us on the path, none of us who are here watching and on the path, so to speak, want to cause suffering for others. We don't want suffering for ourselves, so we certainly don't want it for others.
Jagadish, thank you. When I communicate with Jagadish, when I have the opportunity to, for me, it almost feels like the universe is speaking directly to me. Almost like I'm talking directly to God on some levels. I know that sounds crazy to say out loud, but that's really how I feel. Jagadish, thank you so much for your time. We have a lot of big announcements that we're going to be making with regard to Jagadish. If this was a powerful segment for you, we're going to do some big things that we're going to be announcing in terms of getting more in depth and work with Jagadish more on some hopefully an exclusive stream that we'll do just with Jagadish for a lengthy period of time. So we'll work on something like that very soon. Jagadish, thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. God bless.
Thank you. God bless.
Thank
And
you,
that was really powerful. That was really powerful. Quick takeaways from the two of you before we bring on Parisa Rose to help us with the next segment. And one of the things about the Los Angeles Tribune, we're a free speech platform, and we embrace so many different ideas that you do not have access to, so many different individuals that it's an eclectic group. I mean, here we had today just Gene Simmons, one of the world's biggest rock and roll stars of all time. And in the same day that we had Sonia, who's one of the biggest authors of mindfulness, and then Jagadish, who's one of the most incredible spiritual teachers in the world that has advised presidents and world leaders in the same program on the same day. So when it comes to changing the status quo, which is the slogan of our company, that's exactly what we're doing today. We're changing the status quo. And so I just want some quick takeaways from you, Donna and Alicia, before we bring back up Parisa.
What I absolutely love is the clarity that each person brought with their own individual thought leadership in their own area of genius, but yet each and every single person, whether it was Sonia Choquette, Gene Simmons, Dr. Jeffrey Fannin, Pillars of the Powercast, Jagadish Paramahansa, they're all connected through a thread. Every single one of them. And if you listen to each and every one, there's that connection and a universal message.
I love that, Donna. It truly is all connected. I think there's so much, like, for people that were tuning in, I encourage you to rewatch today, because I think that there's so many life lessons that have been shared. It is Leadership Week 2025, but it's showing us a lot of the answers are within, but there are so many people that can guide us along the way. And I think that's what Leadership Week is about. It's knowing that we have agency within to explore who we are and why we're here, and to know ourselves and to be confident with who we are. I think confidence in self came up in so many different ways. We heard it from Jean this morning of how you show up. We heard it from Sonia and listening to that voice within. And we heard it from Jagadish just now in having that self-acceptance to be confident to show up. But there's so much wisdom in being guided by community. I think that there's so much from today to unpack and to reflect on. And I think, I hope that today encourages people to take actions, but also ask themselves questions along their own journey. We won't know what those questions are for you, but we encourage you to ask yourself some questions about yourself, and listen to that voice within. We heard that from Becky Robbins as well. Mo, would love to I know we're about to go into our last segment of the day, which is very exciting, but would love to hear some of your reflections on what Jagadish just shared, because I think it was so layered.
Well, the thing is, if I want to be honest, I don't understand a lot of it. I have to go back and watch it again. A lot of this stuff is kind of difficult for the mind to comprehend. And I think that's part of this whole process is I think that when you're talking about concepts like transcendence, by the very definition of that term, it transcends a lot of the things that it provokes for me, a lot of the stuff provokes the logic and the reasoning, modus operandi that some of us operate by. But I do believe that there's a lot of value in reflecting and the inner work. We had John Ashraf on, I think, day one, and he talked about this concept called innercising, which I think is such a fun play on words. The idea of exercising, but then there's the idea of innercising. And, the field of psychology is a very fascinating field. And shadow work is a very fascinating concept. One of the experts of shadow work is Parisa Rose, who's going to be on here momentarily. Another expert of shadow work is Carissa Johnson, who's also joining us. So it's a perfect segue. These two, they understand shadows. These two live in shadows. Okay. And so having both of them on is such a perfect segue. And hopefully they can help me understand what Jagadish was sharing with us better. Because, I'm going to go back and watch it a couple of times. I'm going to talk to Jagadish more in the future. But, I'm hoping that Parisa and Carissa can help give me clarity on a lot of these things, which are fascinating. But I don't like to pretend like I understand everything I listen to. You know, some people, they just pretend, oh, I got that. I got, you know, if I don't fully get it, I'm honest about it. You know what I mean? So I'm going to bring up Parisa, and I want to thank you, Alicia and Donna. And Parisa, I'm very excited for the next segment. We have a wonderful person that the LA Tribune community is very familiar with. She's not only been a huge leader with the work that she's done in the world, she's had a company that's really pivoted multiple times, and she's somebody that understands the adapting aspect of running a business. She's a adapter. She's an adapter that lives in the shadows. But for a more appropriate introduction, I'm going to give you the floor while we welcome the wonderful, legendary Carissa Johnson. So, Parisa, if you have some words you'd like to say before we kick off the segment.
Well,
I'll be joining in a couple minutes. I'll be joining back in a couple minutes. Alicia, back to you.
Sounds good. Well, an adapter that lives in the shadows is new to me, Carissa. It's good to meet you here at this place.
And I want to add to that, lives in the shadows, but I want to add illuminating light on the shadows.
Totally. I know that terrain very easily and very well. And, you know, all of this is about bringing the darkness into the light. I think that's actually what Mo means, is I'm willing to go into the cracks and the crevices and excavate my own internal landscape, ultimately to bring what's unconscious to the conscious field. So I get what he meant. I'm like, the adapter who lives in the shadows. I'll take it.
I know. I was like, that's amazing. I will say about you, Carissa, that I was super excited to have you come on, and for me to be able to come on with you as well, is that I feel like there's number one, we've always had a great synergy. And when I say synergy, what I mean by that, obviously beyond the definition, but the specific synergy I'm speaking to is this ability that you have to alchemize the entirety of a situation, right? You can understand the subtleties. You can understand like the feminine elements of a moment. You can understand the necessity for the masculine driven direction. And then you understand how to play within the two and how to guide those that are around you, how to move through that as well. It's definitely a very intricate dance. There's a great harmony that is involved. And I feel that you are also just a very, you have a very strong operational sense about you. And so I've always resonated with you so much in so many ways. So I was just so super excited to have you come on. I know that Alicia and I were talking about it and excited about it. So, excuse me. It's been a minute since you've come on a broadcast. So I would love to hear, what are the top, let's say, top 2 characteristics of leadership that you've been utilizing most frequently the last 3 months?
Well, first of all, I'm so excited to be here and honored to have a conversation with the both of you and all of this beautiful audience. I want to highlight for a moment too what Mo was speaking to, which is around the leadership and the eclectic nature of all of the talent and the guests and the speakers that you've been bringing on. I think that leadership is so much more than individuals who are leading a company. It's how we're leading ourselves. It's how we're leading our family, how we're walking in the world, and we're inspiring others. We're enrolling them in their vision. We're leading and communicating from the heart space. And so I just want to thank you for that. And thank you for that beautiful reflection. I feel very seen. And thank you. I really appreciate that acknowledgement, because the territory of being embodied and fully integrated as a woman in masculine and feminine, and that doesn't mean fully integrated in a way that I'm perfect. I just mean that I have a very strong masculine. I have a very strong feminine. So to be able to walk in the world in that way has been my greatest challenge, and the most unique opportunity to offer a new imprint of what it means to be a leader. And I think that that would be one of the characteristics that I would bring forth. That's been something that's relatively newer for me right now, that I'm really allowing myself to be in the full expression of both. And it's been years of cultivating that, because in the past, over the last 7 years of entrepreneurship, I primarily operated from masculine. It was very logic driven. It was very bold, decisive, a lot of executing, lots of just ways of being that were very mental and some subtle rigid. So it was like, it was healthy masculine, but there was also wounded masculine in that. And then I kind of swung. And the last couple of years, I was like, I just want to lay in the grass in Costa Rica. I just want to drink coconut juice and, heal and do the things, even though that's not actually what I want. There was a necessity to swing so hard in the other direction so that I could feel what that frequency is, so that I could integrate it into me and come back into my center. And so now what the energy is like is there's these moments where I like really tune into my mental field and my sharp logic and rationale and operating systems, and I can see the vision and I can bring it into form and I can execute on it and I can move teams and I can have conversations that are very strategical. I can do that. And then there are moments where I like really deeply feel an emotion, and then we'll like pause the conversation when we're in a meeting and everybody will kind of be with like what's here. And I don't mean my own emotional process, but given the last couple of years, what's happening in the world, if I'm in a meeting with people and we're all kind of feeling that, it's not business as usual. We're taking a moment, and sometimes we're bringing in prayer. We're putting our hands in our heart and we're acknowledging the people who could use our intention, our awareness in that moment. That attunement, that heart, that connection, that coherence, that's the feminine. That's the feminine feeling. That's the feminine emotion. That's the ability to drop into our bodies and say, we feel this matters. And so that, to me, I have struggled with, because I felt like I just don't make sense. I'm either like, I can't figure myself out sometimes. There's these layers and these complexities where I've found it challenging to be like, who am I? Because if I'm not like this person who's embodied in this way, I'm not like this, who actually am I? So finding my own unique flavor and texture and subtleties and ways of being in the world that are full on, both very masculine and very feminine, I think is embodied leadership, where we're making strategical decisions from the mind and about profit and things like that. But we're also deeply coming into the body and having conversations from the heart and making decisions from that place, like around the emotion of this actually matters, like for the people of this company or for the conversation right here. So the mind and the heart merging, that's actually, I think, the greatest gift to humanity that leaders can bring forth right now. So that would be one. And I think the other one is similar to what Jagadesh was talking about, which is this larger conversation around the divine, around God, around creator source. And ultimately, as I've integrated my masculine and feminine, as I've felt more whole in myself, I've had more access to what it means to be in servant leadership, to serve from a place of the divine will, to serve from a place of how do we all win here? How do we offer that transmission? How do we offer that imprint and lead in that way for humanity? There was a conversation I was having the other day with individuals who kind of all had a stake in winning in this conversation. Everybody was trying to negotiate to get their needs met, and it made sense. It was kind of like a business deal and everybody was wanting to win, until we kind of all got to the place of, yes, we all can win here. There can be negotiation, there can be heart, there can be the larger energy of it, win. That mentality, that divine, that higher perspective of it's not me versus you, it's all of us. It's all of us together. So really that transcendent leadership energy of going from I to we to us. The humanity, like not just how is this good for me in business or life or relationship? How is this good for us? But does this actually impact the larger impact of humanity? Does this touch globally? Are we really considering the ripple effect of this decision here? So that divine perspective, that eagle, Hawkeye image of like, I can see everything and I can choose in every moment to visually and conceptually understand that this is going to have a ripple effect, not just on us here right now, but Earth, but the way that we're printing things, the way that we're doing things, like those kinds of decisions are fundamental in leadership.
Oh my goodness. Okay, you gave me a few things to chew on. I'm sure we could be here for a few hours and I'd be okay with that, but we're not going to be here for a few hours. However, okay, so the way you distilled the masculine and feminine of leadership, and so some people are going to hear us talk about this and they're going to connect entirely with what we're saying, and then there are going to be others in the audience that are not necessarily going to connect entirely with like, what's masculine, feminine? Like, you mean men and women? No, not necessarily. It's just the energetic traits. Some people are very, as Carissa was saying, like very focused, very driven, very strategic. Those are very masculine traits. It has nothing to do with gender itself. And one way that I also will describe it for those that can connect with what we're talking about very directly is you heard of like having a type A personality and like a type B personality. Okay, a type A is going to be more masculine driven. Type B is going to be more feminine driven. So I used to have very much a type A personality, get things done. It definitely served me well as an athlete, and being in college and coaching a college team, highly effective. Then when my whole life kind of fell apart, I was like, okay, I thought I was doing all the right things because I really did. I really did. And everything fell apart. I'm like, okay, so if I'm doing all the right things that I think are right, everything fell apart. So clearly that's not the formula. I'm a type A person. This is not making sense. And I just had this gut feeling, this intuitive like hit, like, hey, go explore what a type B person would do today. And because I didn't connect with masculine and feminine energies and traits at the time, not yet at least. And it clicked for me. I'm like, oh wow, like just to have space and like less structure. Whoa, what kind of life is this? And then I started to realize how much I could dance and play and feel free and not feel so apprehensive and nervous and anxious in the type B or the flowy, the feminine, just like just moving with the moment kind of thing, and letting myself explore what things might be or feel or mean. And as you're describing a bit of that journey for you, I feel that that's something that we don't often, especially when we're in leadership. And I say this leadership as in like we lead our own lives, but when we know that something works well, but we also know that there's something that's not happening that's still needing to be met, right? We have such apprehension to explore the other parts of what we could actually lean into, right? And justifiably so, because being a human is kind of daunting at times, almost every day, basically. But I would love to know, Carissa, like, because I want to not talk anymore and I just want to hear you share. I would love to know, what are some of those, what's a state of mind? What's a mentality? What is something that you anchor to in order to allow yourself to keep leaning into what I will call now like those edges of yourself, to continue to expand how you understand yourself to be and show up as, and ultimately expand your individual container, your capacity? What are some of those things that you really anchor onto?
Such a good question. I would say that ultimately life is going to life. And life is going to invite you to keep growing. The only thing that is constant is constant is change, right? We can always depend on life to encourage us to keep growing. It's always evolving. We're always evolving. And what has formerly been an operating system of I need to constantly be pushing myself, I've reoriented to the fact that there are seasons. There are ultimately seasons of massive growth. Like right now, I'm in a season of massive growth, and I am meeting so many edges of my capacity to hold projects, to hold wisdom, to hold other people, to hold myself, to hold my dog. Like it's just unfathomable what I have on my plate right now. And there is in every moment a choice. We can allow ourselves to make decisions from our emotions, which is like, I am overwhelmed, this is too much, or we can choose and remember that we are energy and that we can come back into the energy that we want to be in. So the state of mind that I get into is always that everything is a choice. I get to choose in every single moment when I'm being challenged, what version of me is being called forth right now. What version of myself do I get to be in this moment for this experience? And sometimes it's the version of me that like gets shit done. Sometimes it's the version of me that is like, okay, I actually need support right now. I really get to call on support right now. Sometimes it's the version of me that like has a tool and sits and like takes a breath. And I'm like, okay, I need a moment. I can do this. I need a moment. So it's really calling upon what is needed for that moment. That mindset is ultimately the thing that I keep anchoring into, is the emotional intelligence piece, that everything is a choice. Every mindset shift, every emotional experience that you're having, everything is a choice. And yes, sometimes things come up. Like recently, I was in a meeting and I was feeling so activated, which is my word for triggered. And it would very, very easy for me to fire back at this person. It would have been very easy for me to go into that. And ultimately, I was like, what is in the highest service for everything and everyone right now? And it was actually my silence. And so the mindset shift was like tuning into, okay, I actually get to be silent in this moment. And I get to anchor in and down regulate my nervous system and let's see how that impacts the field, the quantum field, or this experience for everyone, right? Have you ever met a child that is just going crazy and the parent actually starts freaking out as well? What happens? It's chaos, it's madness. But if you meet someone or an experience the way you would as a evolved parent that just holds the energy, or that like divine father that like, I've got you, we're okay, without even needing to say anything. So all of this to say is that something that's been really important in my life is recognizing I have emotions. We all have emotions, but they don't dictate my commitments. They don't dictate my declarations. They are a part of my human experience, and I have tools that I get to use, and every single moment is calling forward a different version of me. And there will be seasons. There will be seasons like right now where I'm a little bit more in my masculine energy. There will be seasons like over winter where I am deconstructing aspects of my identity and I'm going inward. This is the part of the larger invitation for all of us to be in the rhythm of Mother Nature, right? The indigenous people, the ancient ones, they all talk about this, right? We are not separate from nature. We are all deeply connected to nature. And so right now, there's probably majority of people who are on some level are feeling the spring energies, feeling the summer energy of things are rising, we're blooming, it's expansion, it's aliveness. Like this is where we've been for the last couple of months, right? We've been in the darkness and the depth and all of that. So it's really about tuning into your own rhythms, your own cycles, recognizing there's different seasons, calling forth the version of you that's meant to be in that specific moment, and utilizing your mind to recognize that you get to be your mind is the servant leader of your heart, is ultimately it. The mind is a servant leader of the heart. So it listens. You get to command in every moment. Okay, this is here, and hold that duality. Yes, this emotion is present, and I also get to be here because I've declared this, I've decided this, I've committed to this. And this doesn't mean that we're not human and we can't renegotiate certain commitments, but it's ultimately that everything is a choice. Everything is not only happening for you, it's happening through you. It's an experience that is happening through you. So you never know, by the way that you get to show up, how that impacts other people. So that version of you that gets to be called forth in every moment, it's flexible, it's adaptable. So Mo's not wrong when he says I'm really adaptable, sometimes to a fault. And that version of you that's needed in that moment, you get to choose to embody that because it's simply recognizing that it's available for you in every moment.
So there's so much to unpack there. But you said the mind is the servant leader of the heart. And as you've been speaking, you've been talking about the masculine, the feminine, but you've also been talking about integration. I think this integration is a word I've heard people speak about often this year. I think as people kind of go down their journey and they're doing the work, they're realizing that they get to have this period of integration where they're bringing in life lessons and experiences and reflections from experiments that they've had in their own life together into like what gets to be and what gets to come next. And so I'm kind of curious, for those that are tuning in, how can people continue to gain confidence in themselves when they are trying things that are new, when they are stretching themselves, when they are expanding their container and they're not sure what that's actually going to look like on the other side, but they're being called to do so? Like, how can they hone in and foster confidence in themselves to walk down that path when they might not know what's on the other side of it, but they know they're being called in that direction?
Yeah, this is such a good question. The truth of all human experience is that we never actually know. As much as we are commanding and constructing our reality, there is inevitability around uncertainty. We never actually know. So, really becoming comfortable with uncertainty is such an important part of leadership and the human experience. And the more practical sense is that confidence comes from doing the thing. I think there's been, I've been coaching now for almost 10 years, and I've gotten this question a lot around like, how do I become more confident? And so people will read books, they'll listen to podcasts, they'll join these trainings. And ultimately, what gets to happen is a shift in recognizing that confidence comes from actually doing the thing. I think about little children and tying their shoes. Like, how do I get better at tying my shoe? You keep tying your shoe and you keep getting better at it. And so I'm more of a proponent for messy action than anything else. The confidence that I feel like I've been able to cultivate has become because I've had so many failures. I've had so many times where I've taken risks and it did not work out. Mo knows about several of those. And it's given me the confidence, this unshakable witness that regardless of what happens, I'm okay. Because we can source our confidence when things are going well, right? I'm confident because my life's on track and I'm making money and my relationship's good and my health is good. But where does your confidence go when things aren't good? When it feels like life is falling apart. So if you outsource your confidence to something outside of you, you will inevitably be let down because confidence doesn't come from anything outside of you. It comes from within you. And that energy that comes from within you comes from practice. And I literally just made a post on this, I think last night, where I said something along the lines of leadership is messy. It's going to require a version of you that is willing to be in the mess of understanding your leadership style, understanding your authentic voice, understanding how you engage with people, understanding how you relate to others and the world and yourself and relate to success and to failure. Because Parisa's right. It's not just about leadership. It's about self-leadership. And it's messy. It is so messy. I have made so many mistakes. And when you can understand that all of it is medicine, and what I mean for that is all of it is in your favor for your healing, it becomes less impactful where you internalize the failure as your own and you look at it more as the opportunity to just grow. This is my edge of my evolution. And I think that if you're not making mistakes, you're not playing big enough. If it doesn't feel a little bit messy, you're not taking enough risks. And so people who want to cultivate more confidence, be in the mess of figuring it out. I'm in this place in my own life right now where there's a new version of me in my expression that's coming out online and my business. And I want to have it all laid out. I want the full business plan. I want the full launch plan of my next offer. I want all things to be formulated before I execute. And the message that I keep sensing and feeling is, no, that's not how this works. You take action, you step forward, and then there becomes refinement. It's like those preferences and those desires and the way in which things get to be clearer happen over time. So it actually just occurs from doing the thing. And so you get to put yourself out there and then you get to get feedback because life will always reflect back to you. It's mirror, right? Ways in which you are illuminating yourself and your light, or ways in which you are shrinking and staying small. Life is always going to give you feedback, and that feedback is crucial in leadership and success, in happiness and wellness and all of it. So just keep taking step forward, knowing that ultimately it's a daily practice of taking risks and putting yourself out there. And inevitably, you just get to a place where it's less about your external experience, where you're sourcing your confidence, and it's more about this internal truth that you own in every single moment of, I am this person, and how does this person show up every day?
Ooh, absolutely. Oh my goodness. So good. You know,
Good.
you're saying like own yourself every single day. That literally takes us to the very first few minutes that we started this broadcast on day one, on May 1st. And I remember Mo asking me, I forgot exactly what he asked me. It's been many hours on broadcast since. Right. And I was like, you know, leadership for me is a lot about it has been about finding the authority of my voice, specifically, and authority doesn't mean like dictator, but just finding like the author. Who do I want, like the author of my voice? An author, the original like root of definition of author is to create, is one who's creating. So what am I choosing to create with my voice? Your voice doesn't just start here, it starts here, it starts here. So really just really tapping into that, sitting with it, being quiet, understanding that, listening to it, all of it. So I feel like it's absolutely connected with what you're just sharing right now, and so much of with what Becky was sharing earlier today, with really like recalibrating, seeing where you're at and having that self leadership journey. I feel like everything that you're sharing is touching on so many pieces of so many segments that we've had so far, which is always really special.
Yeah.
There's one thing you're talking about with Alicia's question about confidence, and it's you're so on point with it. And the way I would frame it is you get confident at whatever you practice. So if you practice doubt, you're going to get really confident at doubt. You're going to get really confident at worrying if you worry a lot, if you practice worrying. And like, I don't think that we think of it often like that. Like we think about when we're going to go to practice, or we're going to go do something, we're going to practice the thing, whatever it is. But we don't realize that anything that we do with any kind of repetition is a form of practice. And you're going to get confident at whatever you continue to do, just like you said. So we get to get confident at what we want to be confident at, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Well,
So good.
there's this one, I feel like there's one, I think we're on a little bit of a delay, or maybe I'm a little bit of a delay. I believe that you were speaking with him just a few weeks ago, Carissa, but Preston Smiles. There's something that I heard from him many years ago, and he may not be the author of this statement, but he's the first person that I heard it from. And he said this one line, it has stuck with me since. And that is, if love had a voice, what would it say? And to allow myself to ask myself, when I was really in the mud, in the messiness of some transitions of life, like if love had a voice, what would it say? Sometimes love is going to tell you to execute that stuff and get it done. Sometimes love is going to say, go take a nap. Sometimes love is going to say, go put on a show and get some water. Love's going to say a lot of different things. Love is going to be both masculine and feminine. It's going to be both type A and type B. But if love had a voice, what would it say? And that one statement has really guided how I viewed leadership. And I also feel like everything you've shared is an articulation of exactly that. If, really tapping into your heart and executing when it's called for, evaluating, understanding what version, what part of Carissa needs to come out to execute this thing or to lean into the moment. So this has been amazing.
Yeah, it's been so good. Carissa, you talked about just a few moments ago, comfort in the mess. I think like in the world where we can see individuals highlight reels and see their accomplishments, when individuals are navigating experiences that they're like, what do I do next? Or this is not what I thought it was going to be like. It can cause a little bit of a reflection of like, what do I do next? Right? Like, I'm in a mess and I'm not sure what to do next. But in part of that, love and self-acceptance and grace to hold space for yourself to get through it can be everything. For you as a leadership coach, but as you've gone down your own journey, what have you thought about as you've navigated mess or navigated oh, this is not the outcome I thought it was going to be, but there's a learning here to actually then be able to take that next step and take that action, because sometimes people, they get stuck. They're like, oh wait, this didn't go how I thought, and they're just not sure how to adapt and be flexible. So for those that are tuning in, what are some of the things that they can think about? Or maybe it's self-love and just knowing that you have to give yourself grace, or something in between there as they navigate mess. Because like you said, life's like, ultimately life is going to life on us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is such a good question. And Priest, I just want to say too, that is one of my favorite questions that Preston shares. I didn't know that. I don't know if he wrote it or not. My question that I ask myself daily is, if my heart had a voice, what would it say? And that's been a daily practice. So I love, love, love that. I think that is the most important practice that I have every single day. I do a lot of different things too, from meditation to breath work. And I think that simple question can really orient you to a different energy. So thank you so much for bringing that up. And the other question that you asked around being in the mess makes me think of children. And makes me think of when they're in a mess and they're playing around and they construct a castle and it falls back down. What do? They rebuild. They have fun. They might cry a little bit and be upset, right? But ultimately, something that's come through for me very recently is play your way into your power. Play your way into prosperity. Play your way through the mess, recognizing that this is a game. We are literally in a cosmic game. We are in a matrix of a game. We are in this reality in a way to play like children and to figure things out. And so it can be really easy when you're not feeling confident or when a certain outcome doesn't happen. I mean, I can't tell you how many posts I've made recently and I'm like, I thought this was going to do really well. Or I made a launch and it was like, oh, this didn't do as well as I thought it was going to be. Or even taking a risk in relationship and saying something and then the other person not responding how you wanted to or how you thought they would. And you kind of just make play out of it, out of fun out of it, and just be like, oh, that didn't land. Okay, well, what do I want? What's the message? What's the meaning that I want to make of this? Because everything is ultimately neutral, as we know, right? We choose the meaning of everything. So it can be really easy to identify something as that is, when it doesn't work, it's failing. And you look at, an outcome that you don't have, and it's like, oh, I failed here. How do I shift out of this? When you can just be like, oh, that's information. That's just information. What do I want to do with this information? And bring levity to it. Leadership and personal growth and spiritual development and healing sometimes can be so serious. And Mo knows this about me, that I have serious syndrome sometimes, where I am taking life way too seriously. And so the greatest medicine and the greatest true healing can be fun. True growth can be fun. It doesn't need to be so strategic and healing or like serious all the time. So when somebody's in the midst of a challenge or an opportunity and the outcome isn't working out, I would just bring levity to the situation. Look at it as information. Choose the meaning that you want to create of that experience, one that is empowering, one that is supportive, because we are meaning-making machines. We are constantly creating meaning throughout the day, throughout our life, when every single choice, every single outcome that we experience. And the more we can play our way into our power when we take risks and we're like, that didn't work out. Okay, I'm going to make this mean that I'm growing, that I'm putting myself out there, that I am enjoying this ride here, this fun, this adventure. I think that is a real opportunity for the greatest level of integration and of growth. Because if we're constantly analyzing every single outcome and figuring out, well, how exactly do I move forward? We kind of miss it because we're moving from the mind. And that doesn't mean that we're not strategical, but if we can bring levity, if we can bring humor into the situation, I think with an open heart, all things become possible. If our heart is open, if we're laughing, it really creates a different pathway for us. There was a former mentor that I had, Aubrey Marcus, who said this, and I don't know if this was his author of his statement or not, but he said, you can tell the depth of a master by the sound of his laugh, right? the guru who comes and says, it's like, you're taking this too serious. It's not that serious. Yes, devote yourself. Yes, show up at the altar. Yes, be, be in dedication and devotion to your craft as an athlete, as an individual, as a parent. And there gets to be humor included in all of this. So I think that that's one of the quotes that sort of carries me through when I'm in the mess of figuring out life isn't happening the way that I want to. I sort of remove myself from the human. I access the greater soul perspective. And I just am like, this little human, she is so hard on herself. She is just, and I separate myself from myself, right? Like we want to get really meta here, right? I personify an aspect of myself and I look at me and I get beyond the humanness. And I'm just like, oh, this little being is just trying to do good. She's just so serious and wants everything to be perfect and wants everything to be right. And I can have compassion for myself because I recognize the version of me, the human part of me that is so caught up in the result is not the true me, is not the real aspect, the soul aspect of me that is supporting the human, the character that is in this game right now. And I know that's a little bit meta, and I know some people will get that and some won't, but if you can separate yourself from the language, if you can separate yourself from the experience, if you can hold the larger perspective and open up your heart and have a little cosmic giggle at the dance that is this life that none of us actually have figured out, I think it becomes a lot easier to find the pathway because you're not grasping on to try to find it out of being desperate for some need, but you're just playing in the journey of exploration and of enlightenment.
Took a
So many-
second, I was delayed with my mute button. Apologize. The laughter piece, absolutely. I've learned, and I've realized this actually about myself more recently. When there's more, I'm feeling the fire of some situations and just feeling the heat of circumstances, and nothing's bad. It's just when you step into a bigger game of life, you feel more heat. That's all, right? And I've learned that I laugh a lot all day. I'm like, am I okay? Should I be laughing at this? Should I not? I'm like looking at myself. I'm like, actually, if I'm still getting things done and things are still moving forward and all pieces are still here, I'm just going to keep laughing my way through it. So I love that you shared that because it was just affirming to myself right now. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to keep laughing my way through this because I've been laughing a lot lately. And I'm grateful for that because it's helpful. The reprieve is always received. So good. I would love to just give you the screen, Carissa, and let you share some final thoughts that you might have, that whatever might be on your head, in your head, on your heart, or both, considering both masculine and feminine we've been talking about, but just let you have, a good 2 minutes to close. And it's been such a joy to have you. Thank you so much. It has been so good to have you back and hear your voice and have you share and pour into the space. So over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm just like, what Mo was saying earlier around some of these things that we share are so beyond the mind, are so beyond our conception of reality, that if you're listening to this and you're like, I don't know half of what she said. Okay, great. Don't worry so much about how you understand it. Tune into how there's an inner standing. There is a deep resonance and a felt experience that you're having. The energy is the new language of our world, where we connect and we meet people and we feel connected to them by the way their energy, their vibration, that resonant field. We can tell when somebody's being their authentic self. We can tell when somebody's being in truth. We can feel it in the subtleties. And ultimately, this is the energy that we're moving into. This is the opportunity that we have here in the world, is to recognize that it's not all about the way that we conceptualize and understand things. It's about our felt experience. It's about the way that we connect from a heart perspective through really feeling each other. I can't tell you how many times I've been going through something in my own leadership journey, my own entrepreneurship journey, when I went to a friend and they were trying to say the right thing. They were like, oh, but what about this? Or trying to fix a situation or give me some quote. When ultimately, oftentimes, I just needed a hug. I just needed for somebody to be with me in the journey, somebody to connect with, somebody to not need to say anything, but just offer their presence. That's the awakening that's happening in humanity right now, where so many of us are going through the messiness of figuring it out, wondering, worrying, or hopefully not worrying, because that's just ultimately praying for what we don't want. But it's all messy. None of us have it figured out. We are creating a whole new template of reality, just like the Los Angeles Tribune is really creating a new architecture for what's possible with media, new voices, new ideas, new concepts. And some of them are going to be so new, it's going to be like, I don't understand this. Focus less on what you mentally get and focus more on how it makes you feel. How you can tune into, I feel good listening to this. I feel good connecting with this person, or maybe I don't feel good connecting with this person. And ultimately, energy never lies. This gets to be the opportunity for all of us to connect with each other in this way, to speak from this way, and to allow ourselves to really remember that we're all here in this time, in this awakening, for this exact experience that we're all having. So we're all figuring it out. It's an understanding, it's a resonance, it's a vibration, it's an experience that we're all having, and we're all doing it together. So none of us have it figured out. We're all walking each other home. And I'm just so grateful to be a part of this conversation with the Los Angeles Tribune and all these beautiful beings who are bringing to light these conversations, because this is what matters, where we're all sitting around the campfire, we're all exchanging stories, we're all like, ooh, I like that idea, I like this idea, I like that. And we're all finding our own unique way, our own unique expression, and our own unique contribution. So thank you so much, Los Angeles Tribune, for having me. This has been a pleasure, a gift, and a blessing. And I am complete. So I don't know who's coming back on to close this with me, but I'm just so grateful to have been here. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you for joining us and helping us to close out day 4 of LA Tribune Leadership Week, where for 8 days we are highlighting different leaders from all around the world who are sharing so many insights, reflective insights. I think insights that sometimes create more questions than answers, but that's what it really is about as we all expand our container, like Parisa was saying earlier. So Carissa, we deeply thank you for joining us today, and we'll definitely have to have you back soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Wow. What a conversation with Carissa. What a day it has been today. Carissa, day 4 of Leadership Week. We have Donna Campbell joining us back here. We have Jason, who's been here supporting us all day long. What are your reflections? We are almost at this point midway through Leadership Week 2025. Donna, I'd love to start with you and then go to Jason.
Yes, absolutely. You know, I started off this morning with saying today felt like the Daytona 500, and it was a total rock star day. From the very beginning, we had Sonia Choquette. We went into Gene Simmons and his masterclass. I'll say it was more of a masterclass, and what he shared was just amazing. And to go throughout the whole day and end with Carissa with like the checkered flag. Holy smokes, lots of gems there.
What about you, Jason?
There's always a theme. There's always something that's kind of carrying over as we move along. And I like how we continue to embrace that and lean into it. And we heard a lot today about servant leadership, and we saw a lot of representation of that. All the way through the film division, the Pillars of Power cast members and producers interviews, and we kept hearing that over and over again. It's a beautiful mix that leads us right into tomorrow's incredible lineup. Day 5. We're halfway through. It's a little hard to kind of fathom mentally that's as far as we've gotten. It's just the halfway point here. So much more to come, and I'm excited to see what other trends we have along the way.
Mm-hmm. So good. I'd like to say that I picked up a bit of a different theme, and I'd say that it's honesty of voice. And I'd say that it was Gene that started out with that. That's what resonated most for me. It was like, he is so crystal clear with the honesty of his own voice. And that, number one, is refreshing. Yes. It was encouraging. Yes. Did it definitely light a fire under my butt? Yes, it did. And I feel like it just continued to follow through with Becky. It was the honesty of voice, like really understanding the honesty of her own thoughts in these transitions, in these identity shifts of life, and all throughout the different panels of the day with just film and everything. Like so awesome to have so many different industries, so many different fields, so many different realms of expertise coming forth and sharing these central pieces to leadership, but how they look, how they're applied, and how we can all really glean from all of them. So today, honestly, I'm like, we're halfway through, and we have to be very conscious. We get to be very conscious and cognizant of how we're experiencing our energy and getting through and all of that. But I am fully energized by this day. So I'm here. Let's go. Day 5 through 8. Come on.
Suit up. Let's go.
Suit up. Let's go.
Suit up, let's go. We are firing it up tomorrow morning with some pretty grand interviews. I know one of the most special moments of the whole week is coming up for me tomorrow with Dr. Joe Vitale and Donna, and Mo is going to be joining us for that. I also want to give that huge shout out to our Australian, our current, that current for us today. May the 4th be with you. Our caffeinated kangaroo guy, Jeff Ross, will be taking up a lot of the afternoon tomorrow with some incredible guests from Australia. So there's that international flavor that we just really don't want to miss on day 5. We've got some later interviews as well that Donna and I will be hosting. So there's some really neat things coming up tomorrow, and especially some real special guests tomorrow at the very, very end.
Yeah, I love it. So for those of you that have tuned in to LA Tribune Leadership Week, day 4, we encourage you to share your comments. If Leadership Week has been meaningful for you, we encourage you to share the program with your community. And I think, something that was special about today and all of the days, someone said, you get to hit pause, you get to think, and you can rewatch the replays. I think there's so much knowledge, so much perspectives. We've heard from people from so many different industries. Something that really stuck with me today and resonated is that every day we get to show up and figure it out and act. But there's always so much more. There are so many layers and so many nuances to who we are and to leadership. And it's about learning, experiencing, and expressing that, and holding space and grace for that evolution process. I think we heard that from Becky. We heard that from Carissa. So what a beautiful day it has been today. We are going to go to a quick commercial break, and then you're going to hear insights from the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, Mo Rock, on positivity and why we do what we do to bring different perspective to media that's truly empowering, inspiring, educational, and informational through Mo's TED Talk. We appreciate all of you for joining us today, and we will see you back really soon.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson.
What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.